We'll do it live. Not too shabby. Ooh. Got a lot going on. As always, Raid is busy. I'm busy. You're busy. Life is busy. The viewers are busy. Everybody's busy. Plarium likes keeping us that way. But you know what? I do like this event. I've heard some people complaining about the event. You know, like, not everybody's happy about it. Now, you can't make everybody happy anyway. But that's okay. It's also okay to be unhappy about this. You'd be like, man, you know, we just did all of these events in a row, and now you drop this, you know, Rathalos Soul thing at the end of the Monster Hunter collaboration. Because when this is done, the Monster Hunters go away. Yeah. And I get it. I do think that if there were a time for the game to ramp up activity, it would be during a collaboration. Like, I would be okay if they did, like, you know, 1 or 2 collaborations a year for a couple of months, and they ramped up activities during those, you know, time periods a little bit. If they weren't also ramping up the activity all the time, you know what I mean? So, but like I said, I do like this event. I think it's relatively chill. Like, my plan is to get the 4-star soul. That's my plan. I'm just going for that. I would really like to get this primal shard. You know, if I could get more, it would be great. The mythical skill tome would be awesome. I'm going to try for it, but I'm not going to break my back over it. You know, it's like, and I think the 4-star soul should be relatively easy. What we're seeing in terms of the points, it's not that bad. We've got this Dungeon Divers event. You can let this 100 points go if you want. You don't need to get the second 100 points. You just need to get to the 7. You know, which is probably twice the energy you're going to need for the turn attack tournaments. You know, it's probably going to be like 800 points, maybe 1,000 points per turn attack tournament. And then you've got another 700 to 1,000 points on top of that. Okay. So, but you can do that. It's not like crazy hard to do that. And then we've got the artifact enhancement events. You know, it's like more silver going out the window, but it's just silver. You know, and you're doing all these tournaments, you're getting all these drops anyway, so you're probably getting the silver that you need. And then if we go over to the tournaments, you know, the champion training tournament, it's like we haven't had a moment. So since you've joined the game, has there been a time where there was no champion training tournament going on?
No, there's probably about like 2 or 3 hours in between when the last one ended and started.
Right?
No, yeah, it's been really busy. With the champion training has been nonstop. They are not lacking an opportunity for champion training.
I gotta say, the champion training here is not crazy, but this is on my HH challenge account. So this is, you know, not even, I don't know what level I am. Level 50, level 49. You know, so the tournament here is not out of control. I haven't checked on my main. I'm sure it's out of control on my main. But yeah, the champion training is they've always been going. They've just been ongoing. You do have a chance to get the archer. Have you taken a look at your tournament? How bad is your tournament, son?
Lead is pushing over 20K already, so
it's gone. The chances it's already gone. Yeah.
Yeah. No, somebody woke up with a mission and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about that. Just go and get your, you know, there's 150 points in this tournament. 150 points in the champion training. I thought it was going to be 200. Honestly, I thought it was going to be 200. So it's 150 points here in this champion training. The 8,200, you may as well go up to the 10,000 and get your legendary tome. And for a champion training tournament, this isn't that bad because we sometimes see this top prize at 11,000 or 12,000 or even 13,000. So 10,000 is like the friendly number. You don't see it below 10,000. But again, you could let this 100 points go. And you could just get the 50 down here at the 3,300. That's manageable for really everyone. Not too bad. Again, I don't know if the point totals are different on my other account. I'll have to check that in a minute. Probably is. It's probably higher over there. And then, you know, the actual turn attack tournaments are not bad at all. So I think it's really reasonable for people to get the 3-star. I think 600 points is going to be a breeze. I think 600 points is going to be absolute breeze. I think the 1,000 points will be a little bit of a stretch, especially if you're not tracking well. If you're not realizing I can give away only 700 points and like kind of planning where you want to give those points away, you could accidentally give away 800. Do you know what I mean? You could just accidentally miss by a little bit. So it is something that takes some effort and some focus. It's not a brainless, mindless kind of event. But I think in my video, when I did the assessment, I was like, you only need roughly 60% of the points. As opposed to, you know, a fusion event where typically, like the last fusion event, you could miss 10 fragments. That's all you could miss, right? So it's like 9%. You could miss 9% of the fragments. It was like, there were 110 fragments, you could miss 10. So here you can miss 40% instead of 9%. It's a lot friendlier. It's a lot friendlier. And I think most people are realizing that. But there are still a couple of people who are just like, come on, I'm just so tired. Let me rest, you know, like give me a break. And maybe after this collaboration is over, because we've had back-to-back collaborations, because we had the Xena thing and then we had this one. Maybe there won't be another instant collaboration and there'll be just a regular fusion and we'll have 2 weeks of downtime to actually not have a Titan event or not have some. I doubt it. I doubt it. They've been rolling so hard since like, I don't know, September, that it just feels like we'll probably have another Titan event after, you know, like this will end, we'll have a fusion and we'll finally be like, oh, maybe we don't have to do a crazy thing. And then it'll be like, no, because it's the anniversary month. And so we're going to have an anniversary Titan event, you know, and then after that, it's like, oh, and now it's like, you know, summer solstice or something, or spring equinox, you know, it'll be something. But in general, if events were more like this, I would be very happy with constant events. You could do this event continuously for a year at this pace. One, I wouldn't feel bad about skipping one every once in a while. And two, I would always get some value, even if I wasn't trying, you know? And then if I wanted to try, I could go after it and get it. And that feels good. That feels like where I want to be. Have you decided are you going after the 4-star soul? Have you decided yet? Or are you just kind of feeling it out? Son is gone. All right, well, let's go talk to chat. Okay.
Yeah, I am.
Alex Burso, good to see you. Peckham Halder, Pavel Grabowski, Zoe's here. MZ. Hello, Suzanne Johansson. Good to see you. Wentworth Tanner. We got Caveman here. Adam Swain. Adam Swain. I had a student named Adam Swain. I taught the whole Swain family back in the day. I'm sure there are a lot of Swains out there. So, Adam Swain. Freaky Gamer. Good to see you. Hammerhawk, hello. Am I doing the artifact enhancement? I probably will do some of it. Yeah, probably. I haven't decided yet. I haven't really had time in the last couple of days to look at, like, I did my videos yesterday. That kept me really busy. I haven't had time, an opportunity to look at my accounts and actually play. I actually didn't even complete my daily quest yesterday on my HH challenge account. I ran out of time. So, you know, life is busy, getting ready for a baby. We're trying to remodel a room. And so I'm barely scraping by. I'm barely scraping by with Raid right now. I'm trying to keep on top of everything, but it's not so much keeping on top of everything that's hard. It's like I can do the research and the videos, or I can play the game, but I can't do the research, do the videos, and play the game. I can only do 2 of those 3 in any given day. So that's sort of where I am. MZ says, son, when you have the time, I'm really interested to see how much you evolved your account. Well, you should come to Sunday stream. We will show it off. We'll show it off. MZ, hey everybody. Cole, congrats again for your future baby. Saturday, my daughter is making 1 year. She's a bundle of joy. That's awesome, MZ. Congratulations to you as well. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm a little emotionally uncertain, I guess. Not because I'm not happy or excited, but because, you know, it's a new thing and you want to do it well. You don't want to mess it up. So there is a little bit of trepidation there, but generally just excitement and joy. Adam Swain says the champion training events especially have been draining, both in terms of time, but also even my mystery shard count is going down. Yes. Yeah, because you need the chickens. You need the chickens for the event. And so you go through those shards very quickly. What I would highly suggest is making sure that you level your 1-stars as well. And you can even do that 100% with energy. So I'll talk about that in just a second. You don't have to use any champions at all other than 1-star champions to promote anybody. You can do everything from 1-star all the way up with just energy. Obviously, in order to promote a 1-star, you have to consume a 1-star. So, hey, Freaky. I am missing 15 fusion for White Queen, and the game offers me the rest for $30, but I can't exchange it to points yet. Will it be available later? You never lose your fusion, like fragments. You never lose your fragments unless you trade them in with the new system for High Mother Maud or whatever her name is. So as long as you don't accidentally trade them in, if they offer you a purchase of fragments, you can complete your fusion in the future. They don't always do that. I don't know. I'm not a spender, so I don't know exactly what the system is there. But if you're missing 15 and they offer you 15, yeah, you're fine. Adam Swain says, I'm going for the soul because I think that 38% crit damage will be a massive improvement. That is the biggest thing. Just getting that extra 38% crit damage. It's huge. Saul says, I'm going for the 4-star, but I'm completely burnt out on champion training resources. Yeah. Champion training is kind of tough. All right, so let me show you what I mean here with the upgrading. So this is the system I use if I'm trying to hold on to mystery shards. So you come here and you're doing 12-3, right? So let's throw in some 1-star champions here. All right, so this, by the way, also works for 2-star and 3-star champions. So 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star champions, you will always come up like to a fractional run for the last level. Like if you take a 3-star champion to level 29, you don't actually need one run to complete it. You only need like 3,000 XP or whatever. Like you need very little XP. So you know, usually what I do is I just feed 1-stars to, you know, my level 29 3-stars to cap them out at level 30. And I think it usually takes 2 or 3 1-stars. So if you think for every 3-star, let's say I'm consuming 2 1-stars, if I make 6 of them, I've consumed 12 mystery shards, right? Or what you can do is you take, and this is, like I said, it works for 2-stars and 3-stars. You go here, you run everybody up, and then what you do is go back to stage selection and you go down to hard. And then you run hard ones, okay? Now this is going to cap you out on XP. It's going to save you 2 energy, which is nice. And it's not going to waste as much XP. It still wastes like 1,000 XP or something. It's not perfect. There might be a stage that you could run that would be perfect, but I don't know that you would save any energy on it. I don't know. So now I've got level 10, right? And now what I want to do, I don't have energy right now. Let me see. Let me go get some energy. I'm going to go back into campaign. And now, like, look, I'm on hard, right? Let me see. I don't know. You can see it. Yeah, I'm on hard mode. Okay. So I've dropped down to hard. Again, it's 6 energy. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to replace these 3. And again, you can do it with 2 stars. And I'm going to run them once. I'm going to run them once. Now, this is the important thing. If you forget this, all of a sudden you lose all this efficiency you just gained. As soon as this run is over, I'm going to go back up to brutal. Right? So the way that I do this, if I'm doing 1-star champions, and usually I'll do batches of 12, is I run brutal twice, then I run hard twice, then I run brutal 4 times, then I run hard twice, and then I run brutal twice. And that's 12, I think. I think that's the pattern. So now what I do is I go up to brutal. I'm going to run this twice. This will max them out because I've already run the hard mode once. And so for a cycle of 12, let's see, it takes 3 runs for 3 champions. So it's 12 runs for 12 champions. And over the course of those 12 runs, you save 8 energy. And you don't have to use any mystery shards. Right? So when I say 8 energy, you save 8 energy from running them all in brutal. Now, if you don't care about the mystery shards, what you can do is you can run them up to 8, and then you can go and put 4 1-star champions into them, and that will max them out, and then a 5th one will convert them into a 2-star champion. So basically what you're doing here is you're saving 4 mystery shards this way. Per champion. So now I'm going to go over here. Right? And it's like this just gets converted. And so, great. All right, so you do have to use 1 mystery shard to convert them to 2 stars. But over the course of that entire thing, what we've basically done is we've used 24 energy to save 48 mystery shards. That's how many mystery shards we save. We save 48 mystery shards by spending 24 energy. It's so much more efficient if you're running low on mystery shards. If you want to save mystery shards, that's what you want to do. And anytime you're below like 500 or so, you should be doing this, right? Because you're always going to want at least 500. I usually like to float around 2,500 if I can on my main account. Mystery shards. But this is it's just a way to save mystery shards. And, you know, you get the same points for champion training either way. Champion training doesn't care if you run up the champions on energy or if you sacrifice, you know, other champions to them. It is more energy intensive. It requires more energy. So ultimately, you know, depending on how much energy you have in reserve, how many gems you have, you know. But the question is, like, if you are running out of mystery shards and that ends up being your bottleneck, then this is what you want to do. So I hope that was helpful. Let's see how we're doing on the All right, we got the 30 points. And is the second when's the next tournament opening? Is it open yet? It's not open. Opens in 14 hours. Okay. So I think I'm going to go up and get this 4. And that should ensconce me here around 7th. I'm not going to actually get promoted, but I could go chasing after some rewards, but they're still 18 hours, so I'm going to do a few more. I should get about halfway, right? I mean, the spider's a little bit more valuable. Actually, let me go look. Maybe I shouldn't. Let's just look for a second. All right, so Fire Knight, I would have to get 250 more points or so. I'm at 1502. I would have to get 250 more points to get that reward, which is not great, and it would basically not move me up at all. It might prevent me from getting overtaken. But so that's not a lot of value there. And then if I go to the event and I look at Dungeon Divers, I need 2,700 points. No, I do want the 3,900 points if I can get it. Actually, on this account, I don't care about the 3,900 points. I need the 2,700 points. So I got a little bit over 1,000 points from this turn attack tournament, which means I'll probably get a little bit over 1,000 points from the Spider turn attack tournament. which will leave me around 2100. So then I'll only need 200. No, I'll need 600 more points. I'd rather get the 600 points in Spider. I mean, I'd rather get the Savage gear, but I need more accessories and stuff like that. Plus, there's more silver over there. And it's faster. So I could go back to... could go back over here and just do a little bit of Minotaur. Yeah, let's just do that. And then we can talk to folks. So you can see I am running up my Sanguinea. I've got to start making 6 stars. So the champion training is actually kind of appealing, right? Like I need to get into the champion training, make some 6 stars. All right. Different Swain, I think, although you kind of look like my art teacher from elementary school now that you mention it. Well, I didn't teach art. It's one of the very few subjects I didn't teach. So... Adam Swain. Maybe I'm mistaken him. His first name wasn't Adam. I had 2 brothers and a sister, and it was a long time ago. It was like 20 years ago. Maybe longer, maybe 25 years. Like the kid's probably 40 now. He's probably 40 now. I wasn't a lot older than him. It was like, I was young. I was like 24 or something. So yeah, he might be 40. How's the free-to-play going? That's what we're on right now. I missed the fusion, which was not great, but otherwise, it's going all right. I didn't have great shard pulls, but I did get Deacon, so Deacon's on his way to 60. Now you're all waiting for my editor's son. So when my editor's son has a son, it'll be my editor's son's son. My editor's son's son. My editor's...
That's what's happening.
My editor... It'll also be interesting what his name is. Like if son's son is named Sonny, then it'll be my editor's son's son, Sonny. And then if he ever has a son, then it'll be my editor's son's Sonny son. And we should name him Side Up. And it'll be my editor's son, Sunny Side Up, son. No, son, Sunny Side Up. Sunny Side Up, son. I don't know. It'd be fun. We should do that just for the memes. We'll name your kid Sunny Side Up. All right. Afternoon, Destania. Good to see you. Is it just me or is the video lagging from time to time? Is anybody else having video lag? I seem to be doing okay. I don't see any issues here on my side. Will you pull your voids for the event? No, I will not. If you're talking about the summon rush, I'm not doing the summon rush. I'm really hopeful there will be a void 2 times event next week. For the 2-star champions, the last run can be done in normal. Okay, I didn't even know that. I thought it had to be hard. But if it could be done in normal, then that would save you 4 energy, so that's even better. If you are struggling to 10% stage 16 spider, is it more efficient to run 10? Is that supposed to be 100%? Oh, that is 100%. Okay. 10 is very efficient. 10 is very efficient, but it's not actually, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. So let me pull this up for you. I put this up in the video, but this is actually a really good chart. I go back to it all the time, the loot table chart. But let's see. All right, so come down here and you go to Spider. Spider has a different chart than the rest of the dungeons, so you want to make sure you go to the right one. Now, remember that these categories, right? It says this is Dungeon Divers, and that's tournaments. So that's dungeon tournaments, not turn attack tournaments, regular dungeon tournaments. This is Dungeon Diver point. Okay. So if you come over here and you look at stage 10 is okay for Dungeon Divers, but stage 11 is actually better. So if you're going for Dungeon Divers points, stage 11 is better. Now, here's the thing. This turn attack tournament is, or this spider tournament is turn attack, right? So there's a difference here. Now, 11 is actually really nice for turn attack because it's not nice for turn attack. It's the highest stage on that energy, right? You would rather do stage 8, not stage 11. But it kind of depends on the affinity as well, because sometimes you can do a higher stage, but it's a better affinity, so you clear it faster. So what you want to try to do for Dungeon Divers is get to the stage that is the highest in the energy tier that you can do consistently. So it would be better to do stage 11 than to do stage 16 if you're like 90% on stage 16. But at some point, like if you're 98%, it's probably better to do stage 16. I think the break point is typically around, like between those two, between stage 11 and 16 is about 90%. If you're over 90%, you do stage 16. If you're under 90%, you do stage 11. Stage 10 has better drops for 5 stars, which is weird. Like if you go all the way up here, you'll see there's this weird thing right here. Right, stage 10, it says it's got an 81.8% chance to drop a 5-star. Can't drop a 6-star, but it'll only drop a 4-star less than 20% of the time. So you're guaranteed to get at least a 4-star, and most of the time you'll get a 5-star. Now, the downside of this is 60% of the time that's going to be an uncommon. So you're still pulling a ton of uncommon. Whereas if you're farming stage 11, you've got a 60% chance of a 4-star, but everything will always be at least a rare, and you have a chance of a legendary. So 10 is great. It's a really great place to farm, especially early in the game. It can be hard to push past that. But if you can farm stage 11, then you have to say, well, it's better for Dungeon Divers. It's not as good for tournament points, by the way. If you look at the tournament points, it's way, way better to farm 10 for regular dungeon tournaments. You get over a point per energy as opposed to 0.8 points per energy for 11. So Spider's weird. Spider's strange. And it really depends, like, sort of where you are. I like to farm stage 10 for tournaments. And if it's not a regular tournament, if I'm doing Dungeon Divers or something, I just try to farm as high as I can, typically with like 100%. So I would even, like, if you look at this, like, okay, so for the tournament, I'm sorry, did I say that the right? No, for Dungeon Divers. For Dungeon Divers. So for the tournament, it's, it's very good to farm stage 10. But if you're doing Dungeon Divers, if you can get past 12, like, it actually gets pretty good up here, like 13, 14, 15. 16 is obviously the best. So yeah, you can get to 16, but I also need better drops, right? So it's like, if I'm looking here, oh, actually all of these are the same. I didn't even notice that. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 all have the exact same rarity rates. Although at 13, you start getting 6 stars. So I think that's the big thing. Like I try to farm at least stage 13 for the chance at 6-star drop. Right? I didn't realize all of the rarities were exactly the same. Oh, it looks like it does change here at 16 and up. You get a 5% extra chance of epic and 2% extra chance of legendaries. So 11 through 15 is the same, and then 16 through 19. But yeah, so for Dungeon Divers, I'll just push up because I want the 6-star drop. But again, it depends. If you're are you trying to be super energy efficient, or you're trying to get the most value? Because super energy efficient may let you finish the tournament, but you're going to get less value from the drops, whereas more value from the drops may actually improve your account, more than just being efficient for the tournament. It's tricky. It's tricky. All right. Could you show stats on Rathalos? Which Rathalos? Yeah, I could show my stats on Rathalos. Let me finish this run. Sun's son will be named Geo the Second. Darth Geo Skywalker the Fourth, apparently. Not the second, fourth. There's a guaranteed void event. I haven't heard about a guaranteed void event. Like I said, I can either do the research, do the videos, or play the game, but I can only do 2 of those 3. And today I'm playing the game and doing a video, so I haven't done any research. Justania, yeah, you got your Pretty Purple 2-month member badge. You are on your way. You are on your way. Actually, purple is 3 months. Purple is 3 months. It's the black and white. I think it's black and white. No, it's black and white, then purple, then gold. You're right. It's 2 months. I don't know of any loot tables for the hard mode dungeons yet. I'd like to see them. Oh, the same spreadsheet has a tab for hard modes as well, I believe. Let me go look. Let me double check. It's certainly possible. I don't see a tab. I don't see any tab. It's just a just a JPEG. So at least here. Now I think it's also available on Hell Hades' Discord. I think it's a pinned comment somewhere on his Discord. So there might be a second tab somewhere. But not here. All right, let's look at Rathalos. So I've got him in lifesteal gear and a speed set. He's running at 206 speed, which is pretty fast. He does have 100% crit rate. Crit damage is pretty low at 112. You know, so when you think about that 4-star soul, just the 4-star soul would get me up to 150%. I need an upgrade for this chest piece, but it's going to be hard because it's got triple speed on it. I wouldn't mind backing him off a little bit on speed. Like as long as I ran him above about 195, I feel pretty good. But 206 is like this perfect place to be for a lot of like campaign and stuff like that. But he's not my campaign farmer. So it's a nice speed to be at. I don't really want to lose the speed. But yeah. So he does have crit rate gauntlets, not crit damage gauntlets, which is why his crit damage is not so high. He does have a Rathalos ring on, which gives 5% extra crit rate, which is actually important because I was at 99%. I was at 99%, and so that got me to 100%. But if I could get a second piece on him, if I could put, you know, I haven't forged all of my Rathalos gear yet, but I think I've gotten all of the accessories now. So, yeah, I don't think I have one. I don't think I get one. That's unfortunate. If I had gotten a second Rathalos accessory for the Bannerlords, that would have been huge. Pretty sure I don't have a second. Yeah, I don't. Oh well. Yeah, you know, so he's about 3,000 attack. Okay. I haven't been focused on him very much. I haven't changed his build very much since like I first got him into these pieces. Probably like 3 weeks ago. I've been focusing on trying to get Deacon up. I've been focused on trying to get, you know, my other champions like Mastered and stuff. I have improved. I've improved Athel just a tiny bit. I swapped out her weapon here. I got her a little bit more speed. Yeah. So I haven't done much since the 30-day mark. Right before the 30-day mark, I pushed really hard, and now we're on day 42. So for the last 12 days, I've been kind of focused on other things. I've been trying to play and get to where I need to be. I think the big thing for me is going to be getting Phoenix up, because I'm going to be doing. I think I'm going to be the Ice Golem guy for our team, and he's got a chance to potentially really help me out there. But then also clan boss. I need to do. No, I didn't even do my clan boss today. Did I do a clan boss today? I did a normal clan boss today. Now hard here is at 11.65 million, and I think I'm shy by just a tiny bit. But let's go ahead and So as soon as I get Deacon to full masteries, I think this is a one key. This is a pretty good affinity for me because Rathalos is a strong affinity. That's one. I think I messed that up, actually. I think I wanted to do it the other. Because Rathalos doesn't have cooldown. That's 3. Yeah, that's okay. Oh well. That's 4. And this is 5. 320,000. Not bad. So one of the interesting things is he has a revenge accessory. Yeah. So like you can sometimes proc that and then get back, you like do too many attacks too fast. But this is 1. Three. Four. So what was it? It was 320 before, right? I want to make sure we have all the debuffs on. We will have. And then 5. So we had 320. Let's see what we do here. 302. Right? So it's like, all right. Felt like it should have been more with the extra crit damage, but you get a turn before he will. I don't think so, because Deacon is stunned. Oh, no, we will. 115. The 115 when it's not buff. Yeah, because it was 320 and when it's triple damage, right? I've already lost track. I don't remember how many hits we've had. Was that 2? What I need to do is get a soul on Rathalos, and I'm close. And then this also might be a 1. Was that the? Might also be a 1-star if I can just get a brimstone on them. Yeah, I messed up the time. I don't know where I am on the timing. I lost track. All right, I'm going to let it auto. 110 voids for King. Doesn't matter who it's for. 110 voids. I'm a free-to-play player. I will never in my life save 110 voids. It would take me 18 weeks to do that. That's how long it would take me. Maybe 17. I'm not going to save shards for 18 weeks on the off chance that they might do a guaranteed void event. Right? Voids, like, that's way too valuable to pull during 2 times. Like, 1 void legendary can transform my account. Like, if I pulled a Krisk, or a Yumiko, or an Acrizia, or heck, a Warlord, or a Hegemon, or, you know, like, there are a ton of, Marishka, a Terrace, like, there are endless, if I have 30 void shards, or 35 void shards, I'd be pulling them. I'd be pulling 35 void shards during a 2 times event. I will never, in my life, get a guaranteed void champion. I got Demitha. She was 40, I think, and I had 40. So, Dark, good to see you. Good afternoon, Colred and Sun. Also, chat, how is everyone today? We're doing all right. Got a bunch of people in the house. So yeah, I mean, I like that they do guaranteed events, I guess. I think it's, I am of 2 minds about it, right? Because it's clearly a spending event. It's an event where you have to be a spender to really get the value out of it. But I also feel like there should be events like that. You know, it's like, you know exactly how much you need to spend to get the champion that you want. Feels kind of like buying champions, right? But it's only buying the legend, like, it's only buying the end champion. You still have, ooh, I'm really close to 1 key. I need 11.65. I don't think I'm going to get it, but we're going to try. Nope. I need a... No, that's going to kill me. That's too bad. That's really close, though. Really close. 11.65. And what did I get? 11.1? Yeah, basically. As soon as I get this soul, I need, 20 more points. All right, so where are the souls available? Artifact enhancement. I could have just gone and gotten it, I guess. I could have just gone up to here and gotten it. That would have worked. Dungeon divers. Still need a bunch of points. And then tournaments. It's just the 1 tournament, right? Champion training. 3,300 points. I'm not close to that. So, okay. So this is the 2-star, right? Like, I can consume 2 1-stars here to max out, or I can run once. And you're saying at normal mode, which is only 4 energy. So for 4 energy, right? If I'm running 3 champions, I'm saving 6 mystery shards for 4 energy. So that's worth it. That's definitely worth it. If you're running low on mystery shards. I'm not. But I'll probably do that anyway the rest of the time. See ya, Hammerhawk. Desanya, Colred, I one-keyed Brutal Hydra. Thanks. Thank you again for the guidance on my takeover. More work to do and improve, but progress. Yeah, that's absolutely huge. I'm glad that my takeover helped you progress. I'm mildly surprised that I helped anybody with Hydra, but I'm glad that it helped. Can you tell me what was your team? What was your one key team? I just gotta do a thing. Get chilly. I gotta finish getting dressed. It's only 4 p.m. That's the problem when you work from home. You know, it's like literally you get out of the shower and alarm bells are ringing and people are shouting. And you're like, what the hell's going on? You got to do 9 things at once. And then, you know, you pull on a t-shirt and a pair of pants and you go running, take the dog out, get lunch, you know, come back and you're like, well, I haven't put on my socks yet. It's 4 p.m. I haven't put on my socks. Took a shower at 8:45. Oh, that's not true. I got up at 8:15. I sat down on my computer at about 8:45. Like, come on. Oh. Gotta keep getting. Every day is a struggle, folks. Every day. It's a beautiful struggle, though. I enjoy it. I love being here. So much fun. It really is. I love streaming. So much fun. All right, let's see. Uko, Archer, Acrizia, Theodore, Alatrion, and Tamesia. Yeah, that's also a very strong team. I mean, you put together a great team. You've got Archer for your Hex and your Provoke and your AoE slow. So 3 jobs covered there. You've got Uko, who's got your decreased attack AoE, plus buff strips, plus a block debuffs. So 3 different roles right there. Acrizia's crazy damage. Theodore's great damage. I think Theodore also has a backup slow, right? I don't know what Alatrion does, honestly. He's a tank and he cleanses, right? He's a cleanser and a tank. And then Tamesia's got your AoE HP burns, and she hits really hard, even, like, she just hits hard. She's one of those HP burners who actually just does a ton of direct damage as well. And she's Void Affinity, so you don't have to worry about weak hitting on your debuffs. So yeah, that's a ton of damage. Nice tanks. I don't know where the sustain is coming from. Archer has a little bit. Does Alatrion have heals? Let me go take a look at Alatrion. I forget. He the Knights Revenant one? No, he's not. He is. He is. Okay. Increased defense and shield. Okay, so shield kind of takes the place of heals. That's fine. Removes debuffs, block debuff. So yeah, cleanse and block debuffs. Heals this champion. Okay, and then Archer also has some heals. Right, he heals all allies when attacking enemies under a hex debuff. So shields with some heals. I think Theodore has some. Is Theodore also Knights Revenant? He's got some self-sustain somewhere too, doesn't he? No. I thought he. So he places. increased speed, and a decreased speed on his A1. Yeah. That's awesome. I mean, great champions. Obviously, a Krizia is... when you have a Krizia, the really nice thing about having a champion like this, it doesn't have to be her. It could be Newt. It could be, there are a lot of... There are not a lot of champions. There are maybe 5 champions in the game who do damage on this level. Right? And a Krizia is probably at the top of that list. But when you have a champion who just crazy, crazy amounts of damage, the nice thing is you get that, like when a champion is devoured, you get them back instantaneously, and it doesn't mess up your rotation as much, right? And you're not like throwing damage into a head that you wouldn't normally throw damage into for a long time. Just literally knock it down, get it back. And then the second nice thing is, because you hit so hard when the decapitated heads are there, you're always going to get damage out on the decapitated head. So, if somebody gets devoured while another head is decapitated, you get him back right away and you just go smack the decapitated head. And it's really like, it just makes the runs easier because you're not managing all the time. Like when you're managing the heads, you're not dealing damage to them. When you're dealing damage to them, you're often not managing them, right? It's like one or the other. But when you have damage at this level, you spend so much less time managing that you can spend so much more time just hitting who you want to hit and doing damage. So, she's great at that. She's absolutely great at it. Maybe the best in the game. Probably the best in the game. Twillo says, leveling Great Hall for Arbiter is brutal. No easy picks on Gold 3. Want to get into Gold at least. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Getting to Gold 5 helps a lot. And then you just got to... I'm 2.5 years in, and I haven't completed my Great Hall yet. And I've been doing like Arena consistently for at least 2 years and 2 months. Like, there are days I don't complete all of them because I'm busy, but most of the time I'm doing at least my 39 a day. Dark says, Colred says, every day I'm hustling. I am, every day. Yeah, that's true too, Sauce. If you bring more damage, the heads are decapitated so frequently that you need to manage them less, so you need fewer champions to manage them, which is also, yeah, that's even a better, so it's like a positive feedback loop. Yeah, I did my 1 key brutal, and I did my 1 key normal, I think, this week. I wanted to make sure to contribute to the brutal clear for my clan, because that was one of our goals this week, and I literally left it until the last 2 hours, of course. But then I was going to bed, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't I can't go to sleep. So I had to sit there and manual for 40 minutes and lose sleep. But I, gotta do it. The clan's counting on me. And then I wanted to get the the chest for Clash, so for Hydra Clash, so I did. What are we doing here? So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to finish off the dailies, get everything done. Probably have to do Doom Tower and Faction Crypts. And then we'll swap over to the main account, take a look at what's going on over there. Haven't really played today. So I have to play during the stream because otherwise I would not get my missions done. Let's see, I need to summon 3 champions. Okay, let's do that. Probably need to upgrade. Oh, I've already upgraded them. No, I didn't upgrade them in the tavern today because I was doing the other thing. I'm leveling up Metal Shaper for Scarab Boss. Just need to get him to 4 stars, and I think I can get past the first 2 Scarab Bosses. How the weekly's doing? 2 days out of 5. Tag Arena. All right. Paul Martin. Hey, Cole. I am doing the Titan event. I just wanted to say thanks for helping me understand what to do and how to do it. Great work on the videos. Well, you are very welcome. It was a little bit of a debate, honestly. Son and I talked about it. and we had a struggle this week because Monday I wanted to do the week ahead video. I did one of those, something similar to it last week. It wasn't exactly here's the week ahead, but it was kind of, it's like crush this week. You know, it's kind of like there's stuff to go out there and do this week. And so it was pretty well received. And it occurred to me, I'm like, why don't we do this every week? It is really helpful. It is really helpful to me to sit down and look at the week ahead and plan the whole week out and say, this is a day where I really have to be focused. This is an event I can, skip, that kind of stuff. So I was like, why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? And not that I had to convince Son of anything. He's always up for those kind of videos, And so we did that on Monday. And I was like, all right, great. And then on Tuesday, we had the takeover, right? So Tuesday was that. But the Titan event launched on Tuesday. And on Monday, somebody made a comment on my video who was like, hey, man, I'm really looking forward to your planning a video for the Titan event. And I was like, well, thanks for making work for me, buddy. No, I was just like, yeah, that's a good idea. I should do that. It's like, what if I'm doing the weekly planning video? Why wouldn't I do a Titan event planning video? I do the Fusion event planning videos. I think they're all helpful. They help me. I think they help people. People are generally positive about them. They're not like the highest view getting videos. Do you know what I mean? Shard pull videos still outpace those kinds of videos. Sometimes certain guides will outpace those kinds of videos, but I think they're well received and they don't lack for views. They're not like a bad view video. Like I did a guide for the Magma Dragon in Doom Tower. It got 500 views. It got like a quarter of what I normally get. And like that'll continue to draw views like when Magma Dragon comes back around, like it will, but I just did it to complete the set because I'd done the 7 other bosses. So I was like, all right, I got to do this. But I knew it wouldn't get any views. This video is not like that. The planning videos are not like that. They get okay views. But yeah, so we got to the middle of the week and we're like, we have that. And then inside of the Titan event, we had a Fire Knight turn attack video, and I still haven't done Fire Knight hard mode. So I was thinking I needed to do Fire Knight hard mode. I was like, but it's a turn attack video. So it's a turn attack tournament. So the video wouldn't even apply. But it felt like we needed to do turn attack videos because this was the first turn attack tournament, and there's going to be 5 of these things. So I wanted to make sure that we got that information out that day rather than today because, obviously we have the stream today, and then it's like now we're into the 3rd day and the tournament's almost over. Long story short, we had a lot of debate about how to do these videos, what order to do these videos in, and if we're overdoing the planning videos. But the vast majority of people have been like, hey, thanks. This is great. This is really helpful information. And I watch HH, I watch Hell Hades every once in a while. I mean, I watch him less than I used to because I don't have the time, but I do still go and check him out. He's a very good place for news. So is Saphira, like those two are where I get a lot of my news in the game. And so I don't want to double cover what they have. I don't want to just do what they do. I tried doing news videos for a while and they were okay. Like people were okay with them, but my focus on doing the news videos was more like, I'm the free to play guy. So let me look at the news from a free to play perspective. But I guess it wasn't different enough or wasn't valuable enough to really catch on. So I kind of, I was like, all right, I don't need to do those. I'm not dying to do news videos. But the planning videos seem to be something that maybe, everybody does planning videos, just like everybody does guides, and that's fine. Everybody does champion reviews and spotlights and stuff like that. We all do that. And that's okay because you just go to content creator you like for your guides or your, whoever. And like I go to 4 or 5 different content creators for guides. So I like to see the differences because sometimes, one guy will cover sort of one idea and then another content creator will cover a slightly different idea. And then a third content creator will look at it from a different perspective. And you have to see all of it before you really can synthesize it and put it all together. But I feel like I do planning videos differently. I feel like my planning videos are different. And more different than my news videos were different. My news videos were a little bit different. I feel like my planning videos are more detailed and more specific, and they have more depth. And for people who are experienced in the game and maybe don't need that level of analysis, they might prefer one of the other content creators who does a planning video in 15 minutes as opposed to 25 minutes. And that's fine too. But I figured there are viewers, and I know them because they watch my channel. You guys come here and you're like, hey, we love the extra detail. We love the extra depth. We love the extra clarity. So that's what I try to, put into the planning videos. And I hope that it's, working. I hope that it's giving people extra value over what they would get from somebody else's channel. Otherwise, then we're just all copycats. And I'm not looking to be a copycat. I don't mind covering some of the same stuff that other guys cover. Like we do, that's going to happen. And I think there's value in that, especially when we have opposing opinion. Let's just lose this battle here. But I like to provide extra value to the community. Saw says, I got the advanced quest for a Hydra keep. As Hydra reset 2 weeks in a row, makes me feel rushed because I usually try to plan out. Yeah, I don't like that quest. I think they should remove it. It should be a weekly quest and not a daily quest. It's a horrible idea to have a weekly key as a daily quest. Don't force me to do it on your schedule. Why even make the keys a weekly key if I can't use the entire week to decide when I want to do them? You're turning a weekly key into a daily key. Like what? Why? I hate that quest. It's one of my least favorite quests in the entire game. I think it's one of the worst quests in the entire game. The other one that's awful and should be gotten rid of is the defeat a Faction Wars boss. Are you kidding me? Like you unlock advanced quests at level 30. You're going to be like level 75 before you can defeat, at least one boss in every faction. It's like you need at least 2 4-stars or a 5-star and another good support champion. In some cases, you're going to need like a 6-star and a 4-star, like just to get past the first boss. That's a stupid quest that is incredibly frustrating to newer players. It's really unfriendly to new players. Why would you make it harder for new players to accumulate resources in the game? Why would you frustrate them that way? Those 2 quests need to go. They both need to just be gone. I don't mind faction crypt quests. I'm totally happy with it. Like, collect the materials or use a rare is weird. Like, okay, why? Whatever. But I don't mind being asked to go into faction crypts on a daily basis and get because I should be doing that. It's encouragement to do something that's already valuable to me, and it's a reminder to go and do it, and it's a daily key anyway. I don't need I do need a reminder to go into Hydra, but I don't need a daily reminder to do a weekly quest. Can you tell I'm irritated? Can you tell it irks me a little bit? Hey, Bryce. So he says, your Rathalos did the same damage as mine on Clan Boss. I have better stats and gear. Good job, but I kind of don't understand how you did it. You do have better stats than I do. You're a little bit slower. So there are 2 things to consider about Rathalos. I'll do this really, really quickly because I'm talking too much and I need to play a little bit more. So the first is that he has a passive, right, which is HP burns. So you want to make sure that the HP burn is up, right? If you're not bringing an HP burn champion in, you're just literally going to be doing a third less damage. So right? You go from 150% back to 100%, which is a third less damage. I don't know if people track the math. So inflicts 50% more damage against targets under HP burn. Now, if it's not up 100% of the time, then it's not going to be a third, but you get the idea. So you would lose that, right? The other thing that you need to do is this second part here. Every 5th skill used by this champion deals 200% more damage. So you need to count your attacks. Now, when you auto run, it doesn't count attacks. Why do you need to count attacks? Because the A2 ignores 100% of the boss's defense. So this A2, once it's booked and whatever, this is the hardest hitting skill he has against the boss. So this should be your 5th hit every time. Now it's on a 4-turn cooldown, which means you actually need to delay it in order to do more damage, which is counterintuitive. Normally, faster cooldowns on damaging skills means more damage, right? But it doesn't work that way with Rathalos. You need to slow him down and do every 5th hit here, or you need to get like an ally attack or a counter attack to get his attacks going faster, like counting up faster, so that when his cooldown comes off, he's ready for his 5th attack. In addition, you want to remember that this ability places an increased crit damage on him. So the optimal scenario, and this is what I have on my team. I actually have the optimal scenario for Rathalos. I have a weaken. I have a decreased defense. I mean, Rathalos also brings it, but it's only 50%. And I have an HP burn. So if those 3 are up, and I use my increased crit damage skill, so I have the increased crit damage buff up, I've got 4 damage buffs up for him. And then I get the pass. And then I get that 200%. So you can get incredibly hard hits out of this A2 if you align all of those things. But it requires that you manual. Because you can set it up, like if you, first of all, if you know that you can do this, like you can set up a full auto speed tune that would allow you to always use this skill as the 5th attack, even on a 3-turn cooldown. On a 3-turn cooldown, you would need 2 ally attacks or an ally attack and a counter attack or whatever. So you can't have like a 5% counter attack or a 15% counter attack. So you would need to take any revenge accessories away. Oh, this one, I thought he had a revenge accessory. He doesn't. I must have swapped it off or something. And also simultaneously in the masteries, you can't go for this. You can't go retribution. You can't do it because this is a 50% chance to counterattack. Right? So then you break the cycle and you don't know what's going to happen. So you would get out of this. You also can't have Cycle of Magic. Can't have anything that would reduce cooldowns. You can't do anything like that. You would have to say in every, it's a very predictable speed tune. You get 5 attacks, and on the 5th attack, his cooldown is up for his A2 and he uses it with all of the debuffs up and all of the passives. So that's how you get the most damage out of Rathalos. At least that's how I understand you get the most damage out of Rathalos. I'm way behind chat, so I'm gonna be moving a little bit. Janos defeated Ice Golem 25 on normal. Congrats. You are very welcome. I'm glad any videos that I've produced have helped. Saw says, I'd like the event plan videos. Getting other people's perspective and opinions always helps with the overall decision on what to skip. I agree too. If we put our heads together, we're just smarter than we are individually. Got 2 Lego shards. Do you mean sacred shards? You got 2 sacred shards. Open them or hold off. Well, if you're doing if you're doing the summon rush, right, then you could pull them. But I would probably, if you only have 2, especially if you're a free-to-play player, you may want to hold them for the fusion event that's going to come up in 2 weeks' time, because you can get the 4-star Rathalos soul without pulling shards. You don't need a single point from the summon rush. You don't need it. If you're going for the full clear, you may have to pull the shards, and you may also just want to pull the shards. But honestly, the next fusion might be good. It might be really good because I think it's the anniversary fusion next month. I think March is the month. It might be April. Forget. Joshua doesn't know if he's got the patience. I don't know if I can hold him. Staring me in the face. Can you explain how to make a Necmo for Hydra? I'm sorry, Greg. I don't own a Necmo. I've never built one. I can take a look and give you my best guess. But you might be better off doing some research with some other content creators. I would go check out Nubraids. I'm sure he has a Necmo Thar video because he loves Hydra. And I know that Necmo is god tier for Hydra, but I don't have one. So AoE decrease attack, AoE decrease speed and leech, places increased speed buff on all allies, grants an extra turn, ally speed in all battles. So, I mean, from a general standpoint, what I would say is this. You need the accuracy to land your debuffs. You absolutely need to land debuffs because it's a decreased speed and he also has a decreased attack. Those are incredibly important debuffs. The only other debuff that is super important, or the two, are Provoke and Hex, right? So it's like he's got 2 of the 4 that you need in the fight. Obviously, if you could get a decreased defense or a weaken, that increases your damage. But this is like these are the survivability stats, right? His kit's based around speed. He feels like he's perfect for a perception tank, unless you also want to turn him into your Hex champion, right? I don't think you're going to make him your mischief tank, so I don't think that resistance really matters. But because he's got all AoEs, you could put him in a cursed set. And then you would probably go cursed and perception, and you would want him really fast and tanky. And that's a lot. You're going to have a better time or an easier time building him if you forget about the cursed set. But if you have the gear, if you're kind of towards endgame and you just have god tier gear and you have a fully built Great Hall and stuff like that, you might be able to squeeze him into a cursed set. But otherwise, I would probably just go with three perception sets. Or maybe 2 perception and speed, depending on how good your accuracy is. You could put him in an accuracy chest plate. Obviously, you want accuracy banner. It depends how high you need that accuracy, what level you're going for, if you're going for Nightmare. But then you also need survivability. So, HP percentage chest plate and gauntlet, probably. Or HP on one and defense percentage on the other. That's okay, too. Yeah, speed, accuracy, and defenses. Those are the things that you want. So, the first build I would always do with a champion like this is perception. Unless you were certain that you had all the stats that you needed in a cursed set. Those are the only 2 builds I can really think of that I would try. Maybe a Guardian set or a Regen set. Maybe, you could try a Stalwart set. But it just feels like speed is king for him. That's what it feels like for me. Speed and accuracy. But like I said, you should go do other research. I am not an expert on Necmo Thar. So maybe that'll start you on a path, but don't just take my word for it. I get it. Your breakdowns are S tier. Well, thanks, Dark. I appreciate that. Crazy faux show. Good to see you, Crazy. You're waiting on Spider. I can go for the Lego in Champion Chase, but I don't know one or the other. Colred, what's your opinion on the epic Drake? Okay, so Drake, I've never taken a 6 stars. Now, I've used Drake before. I'm not saying I haven't used Drake, but here's the thing about Drake. Drake is a damage dealer. Now, any damage dealer doesn't really get into his groove or her groove until they're at 6 stars, right? Especially attack-based damage dealer. So, because I've never taken one to 6 stars, I can't tell you what the cap is. But the kit, I understand. First of all, decent attack for base attack for an epic. Pretty good base attack. I don't know what the multipliers are. You can check that out on hellhades.com. So the A1 has this mechanic. Now, we've seen this mechanic before. This mechanic is actually on Relic Keeper. Attacks one enemy, grants an extra turn if the target is killed. Now, in order to get value out of this, you need that A1 to hit really hard, which means fully booked, right? You want that 25% extra damage. And also, you probably want Savage and Cruel gear. You want to ignore as much defense as possible. You want to also set this champion up with decreased defenses and weakens and increase attacks. You need those to make this champion go. Okay. Now, the A2, I don't care about this. I think this is silly. That if the target has less than 50% HP, this attack is always critical. You will always build this champion with 100% crit rate because of the A1. This doesn't save you crit rate. So who cares? Right? The only thing that this does is it allows you to hit a strong affinity target with a crit. Right? So like if you're weak affinity, but the target has less than 50% HP, you still get a crit. Okay, so that's a small bonus to it. But honestly, it's a very weak, like, additional passive. I don't know how hard this skill hits, by the way. I really don't care about this skill that much. I care about this skill. This is the skill. Now, the A3 has a decreased speed debuff and a decreased accuracy debuff on all enemies for 2 turns. If this attack is critical, it's always going to be built with 100% crit rate. Just make sure you're hitting a neutral affinity target or a weak affinity target so you don't weak hit. Decreased speed is usable, but generally decreased speed is going to be most usable against the boss that you want turn meter control on, and there's no turn meter control here. And it's a single target, and this is like a kill one, get another turn, kill one, get another turn, which is better against wave content, so the slow doesn't really play all that much. So I guess it's like a wave clearer who is not totally useless on a boss. Base speed's a little low. Base HP and defense are a little low. I know that in faction crypts, you could get some value out of this champion. I don't see a big use anywhere else. And in faction crypts, you're probably going to want to take it to 6 stars because it's an attack-based damage dealer. And honestly, it's not the damage dealer you're looking for. It's not the one that you want. Like, if you're looking for damage here, you go for Delaja. You go for, I don't know. All of these are pretty weak. Venomage is awesome. Venomage and Delage would probably be your damage from the epic faction. Or, you come in with any of the damage dealers here. I mean, even Razin. Razin hits hard. He hits harder than most of the epics, by a significant margin. And if you happen to be around during well, no, because the fusion here was Pytheon. Trying to think. Now, Crockett is good. But it can be hard to find damage sometimes here. I think Delaja is really a great option for faction crypts. And you can actually run her at 5 stars because she's an HP-based damage dealer. So she's not as squishy as an attack-based damage dealer is. And she's got this passive, has a 50% chance when booked of counterattacking when an allied lizardmen except this champion are attacked. She will literally have a 50% chance to counterattack on every single attack by the enemy because all of your champions are lizardmen. And so she uses this, which attacks one enemy 2 times. It heals her, which sustains her, and then has a 20% chance of placing a poison on top of the hit. So it's like she's really good she doesn't hit super hard, but she's really good as a consistent damage dealer. She actually sustains herself, and she's HP based, so she stays alive. She's not going to do the same damage as Drake, but she's just going to be doing good damage at 5 stars. You can throw in, Drang, Z, Basilisk, they all are okay. They're all okay. Basilisk is nice because his A1 is an AoE. So you can have him do damage and throw him in a stun set. So I like Basilisk. He also has this passive, which is really nice for a damage dealer, right? Because he just revives himself and then he places black damage on himself. It is on a 6-turn cooldown when it's booked, or an 8-turn cooldown unbooked. But sometimes you only need one saving throw. Do you know what I mean? You just need to get past it once. So Drake's okay. He's okay, but I wouldn't take him pretty much anywhere except faction. That's my personal opinion. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. What blessing would you put on Rathalos? If you don't have Brimstone, you want Brimstone. If you don't have Brimstone somewhere on your team, you want Brimstone. It's the most damage you're going to get for clan boss or bosses in general. So I would suggest that. So he says, thanks for explaining. I do bring Drexthar or Geo. You're saying with your Rathalos. I think Drex does less burning than Geo, am I right? Well, Geo's HP burn is 100% chance, and it's up for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. So as long as he doesn't weak hit, and he has the accuracy, I think he needs accuracy. I'm pretty sure he needs accuracy. I don't have a Geo either, but I'm pretty sure Geo's going to give you 100% uptime. Whereas Drex has to be hit for his HP burn to go up. And then it's only like a 55% chance unbooked. And then I think it's on a two-turn cooldown. So, you know, Geo's very reliable. Plus, he's going to do more damage than Drex as a damage dealer. So, I do also have the increased attack from Mordecai. That's true. March is the anniversary, Greg? Okay, thank you. That's what I thought, but I wasn't 100% sure. Greg Kern would love a takeover. Show up on Tuesday. You got a chance. And by the way, we're getting closer every day. We're getting closer every day to offering full service takeover services or coaching services. We're really close. I've been saying it since like November, but I think we're actually maybe not before the end. Before my baby is born. How about that? Before the boy is born. We'll say we've got 2.5 months. No, I'm hoping before the end of February, because March is going to be super busy for us. We got big plans for March. So I want to get it done before March. Kevin, I'm doing 65 million damage in Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss with Emic, Eris, double PK, and Newt. I would level 1 key. Should I focus on getting better gear for Newt or take the time to get masteries on my PKs? Oh, well, if you don't have your masteries on your PKs, that's going to be a chunk of damage. So you can look at your speed tune, because I don't know exactly how many attacks are in that speed tune. Let me give a quick look. I'm familiar with the speed tune, but I've never run it, and I don't know the exact, like, I don't have them all memorized, you know. So it's the budget de Mytha, right? The budget myth air. Yes, it's the budget myth air. Okay. So let's pull this one up. Let me make sure my game's running in the background. Let's swap out those champions. Okay. So if we're looking at the budget myth air, this is the tune for the budget myth air. Here they've got ninja. But so, okay, let's see how many turns you're actually getting. So you're getting, it looks like the 27. So you've got 4 from Painkeeper and 5 from the other Painkeeper, but it probably swaps back, right? It's probably a 5, then 4, then 5. Yeah, so it is. So Painkeeper, the purple Painkeeper has 4, and then in the next row has 5, and the other Painkeeper reverses that. The other Painkeeper starts with 5. The green Painkeeper starts with 5 and then swaps to 4 and then back. So basically what's happening is you've got two champions at 3-2 there, right? They're getting 9 attacks out of 6 clan boss turns. So that's a 3-2 ratio. Your Eris is at a 2-1. Your Demyth is at a 2-1. And your Ninja's at a 2-1. In this case, for you, it's Newt. So 3 2-1 champions and then 2 3-2 champions. An interesting speed tune, actually. It's kind of cool. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with this distribution of attacks, but it's very cool. I actually really like it. So what that means is, if you think about it that way, you're getting your Painkeepers. You can count the attacks per 6 turns, right? So per 6 clan boss turns. So I believe Painkeeper gets an A1 attack, and is it the A2 or A3 on Painkeeper that is the heal? And it looks like you're using all the skills. You're not shutting off the heal. Which may be a little weird. I guess the A2 is probably hits harder. Probably hits harder. That's why you don't turn it off. But let's go just take a quick look at Painkeeper. Okay, so her A1's a hit, her A2 is an attack, and her A3 is the cooldown reduction. So A1s and A2s are attacks, right? So let's go back to this. Let me say, okay, so let's look at, we'll count one Painkeeper, it'll be the same for both. So we're going to start here with the purple Painkeeper. So it's an A2, so that's 1 attack, and then an A1, and then an A2. And then here it's an A1, and then an A2, and then here it's an A1. So 6 attacks out of 9 turns, which makes sense if everything's on a 3-turn cooldown. I don't know if it is. Whatever it is. It looks like it is. 1, 2, 3. And then, yeah, 1, 2. Everything's on a 3-turn cooldown. I guess I could look over here. It actually says 4-turn cooldown. But we get the other Painkeeper is reducing our cooldowns to 3. So we have cooldowns at 4. They're getting reduced down to 3. So what you're looking at is every 6 turns, you're getting 12 attacks. Yeah. 6 from each. Okay, so call it 48 turns just for ease of math, right? So we're going to get 8 rounds of 12 attacks. That's 96 additional attacks. So you got 96 additional chances to proc your War Master. Now, I forget what the War Master damage is for Ultra Nightmare. I think it's 70,000. It's like 70,000 or 72,000. It's a 60% chance. Let's do some quick maths here. All right, so we've got 96. We'll multiply it by 60% chance. That'll just be easier. Expected return is, call it 58 hits times 70,000. You're looking at an additional 4 million damage, regardless of affinity. It'll boost your damage roughly 4 million just from the War Master. That's the expected return. Now that's not enough. That's not enough for you. You need more than that. But that's 4 million you're giving away. And it's 4 million that you know is out there. Plus all of the other masteries in the tree that might boost your damage by an additional 10 or 20% on every hit, depending on how many of the masteries you're missing. So potentially it could be like 5 million or maybe even more. So that's something to consider. So there's that. And then you're going to need to get more damage onto your Newt, and you can't change his speed. So it means crit damage, potentially ignore defense. If you're not in a Savage and a Cruel set, then maybe you can get into a Savage or a Cruel set, or, one of the other ignore defense sets, and additional crit damage. So You know, how valuable is ignore defense versus crit damage? You know, that's also kind of hard to say. A blessing matters. You know, did you get a blessing on Newt? What blessing are you running? How many stars do you have on him? Those are the kinds of things that are going to push this to a 1 key. Honestly, if you get a 1 key out of this, that's impressive. It's not a great speed tune for a 1 key. It's not. It's a very challenging speed tune for a 1 key. It's possible. You can reach it. You might not reach it against Magic Affinity. Like, even with great gear, you might not reach it without Affinity. Or against, you know, when you're weak Affinity. An option you might want to consider is getting some of these champions, maybe Demythus, somebody, whoever you can get into toxic sets. That's another way to get damage out there. You don't have a natural poisoner, but if you can get those speeds on your Painkeepers and get the Painkeepers both in toxic sets, now you've also got all of those attacks that we were just talking about, 96 attacks, that could land poisons. You know, so you can calculate that damage as well. That might be another 2 million, 3 million damage. So there are ways to get damage, but really, you know, Newt's carrying the load. So you also have to get Newt into the optimal situation. Whatever you can get, whatever you can squeak out. Also, don't forget this, really good idea. Get your area bonuses. I don't have them unlocked on this account, but get into your area bonuses. Get your ignore defense, your crit damage, you know, those kinds of things onto the clan boss area, because that's going to help everybody. You know, it'll help everybody do more damage. I will say, you know, like one of the things that we talk about on the channel a lot is trying to get to your 1 key. You don't need a 1 key on Ultra Nightmare to be in a great spot. A 2 key Ultra Nightmare is really, really the big deal. If you can get to a 2 key Ultra Nightmare and a 1 key Nightmare and a 1 key Brutal, 4 keys give you 6 chests every day against every affinity. If you can do that, that's all you need. The thing that the extra key gives you, if you can get to a 1 key Ultra Nightmare, the thing that the extra key gives you is the luxury of freedom. You're probably still only going to do those 3 bosses. Every once in a while, you'll throw a key at hard, you know, but generally you don't farm hard for anything. And you would just rather not have to worry about the timer on your keys. You know, it's just way better to not have to wait for that 4th key to come around every day. And knowing that it's constantly shifting because you're never perfect on the keys. You know, it's like it's hard to be perfect on all 4 keys every day. It's like you can do 2, clear them, get the next one, wait for the next one, clear that, and then you're just like, okay, now I have 12 hours. You could be like, I have 12 hours. But you don't really have 12 hours. You know, it kind of depends how they line up. If you do both of them at the same time, you get 12 hours. But if you do them 6 hours apart, now you only have 6 hours. So it's kind of a pain in the butt. You know, you can do 2, give yourself 12 hours, let it accumulate 2, and then do 2 at the same time and give yourself another 12 hours. But even then, you're going to miss by a little bit, you know. So that's the real joy in having, you know, a 1 key Ultra Nightmare. It's not anything else. It's not really having an extra key for hard, you know. So you don't have to go crazy trying to get a 1 key Ultra Nightmare. You should push really hard for your 2 key Ultra Nightmare. And once you've got that and a 1 key Nightmare, because sometimes those two don't happen at the same time, then you're in good shape. Heaven Cast might be good for Rathalos. I could take a look. You don't build Rathalos with accuracy, the Brimstone would never land. Maybe. Let's go look at, I don't know. Let's go look. Rathalos skills. Let's see if we're looking at Brimstone. It doesn't say anything about accuracy anywhere on any of the things. Let's go look at Hell Hades' site. Best all-around accessible and first pick dungeon and boss blessing in the game, as it provides access to significant damage for a low cost. You will need accuracy all the way up to a rank at rank 5, and then at rank 6 you don't require accuracy. Whilst bosses will reduce the damage, it still deals significant damage and should be in every team. In arena, it can provide some good damage, but is far less effective. Okay. So what was the one that everybody was saying we should use instead of Brimstone? Heaven Cast? Heaven Cast is all the way at the top here. Heaven Cast. Increases the damage inflicted by this champion according to the number of buffs on them. Doesn't increase the damage from poison, HP burn, and bomb debuffs. In a scenario when you can stack buffs on your champion, cannot take advantage of blessings such as Phantom Touch, then Heaven Cast is your best option. I mean, if we're going to get 4-star souls, right, then level 3 is 1% per buff. So best case scenario, you're getting 10% extra damage on Rathalos. Now, you know, often you would be looking at like cruelty or crushing rend, right? But he already ignores 100% of defense on his A2. Now, some people are like, well, then it doesn't help. It's like, but the A3 doesn't ignore all the defense. So you could do that, I guess. You know, I don't know. If I look at my Rathalos in game, this is my HH challenge Rathalos. All right, so he's running 57 accuracy. Now, what's the downside of running an accuracy banner on him? You lose like less than 300 attack for 96, you know, on a 6-star banner, or 76, I think, or 78. Maybe 78 on a 5-star banner. You get some accuracy in the Great Hall, and you get some accuracy in the area bonus, you know, area bonuses. I mean, you only need what, 225 accuracy or 250 accuracy for Ultra Nightmare Clan boss. Let's see, Raid Stages tool. Use it every day. Clan boss. Nightmare. You need 250. No, you need. That's Nightmare. That's not Ultra. You need 250. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not in love with the I'm not in love with not Lightning Cage. I'm not in love with Heaven Cast. It's not bad. You know, but I'm thinking about how many buffs do I bring in on my team? I bring in an increased attack and a shield. It's like, so that's 2% extra damage. I guess he brings himself an increased speed and increased crit damage, so that would be 4 buffs. So 4% extra damage. It's not nothing. 4% extra damage is not nothing. But it's not going to be 100% of the time. You know, I'm thinking... You know, Lightning Cage is kind of interesting. Phantom Touch. But only at low levels. I mean, in other areas, you could try Soul Reap. There's also an interesting thing that you can do with Emergency Heal, which is actually not a small thing. If you have a Blood Shield accessory that you can put on any champion, doesn't matter who the champion is, you can put them in Emergency Heal, and then every time they get hit and that little tiny shield gets broken, they get a heal. So you can make like almost any champion into a solo champion these days. I think I will probably still go Brimstone. I think I'll just put a little bit of accuracy on him. Because I'm not even at Nightmare Clan Boss. I need like 125 accuracy to land Brimstone on Brutal or whatever. So that's probably what I'll do. You know, that's probably what I'll do. I mean, Brimstone is an absolute must for like boss killing. It's the best. It's the best, biggest hitting, hardest hitting, you know, blessing out there. So I'll probably do that. Hey, OG Stamp. Kevin says, yeah, Newt does over 40 million of that 60 million damage. If using Wrath and Clan Boss, do you think it would be more beneficial to have a burner or a poisoner? Yeah, this is the dilemma with Rathalos, is that in order to really empower him, you need an HP burner. And so if you are investing in Rathalos, not bringing an HP burner just feels like you're leaving too much on the table. Now, there are a few champions who do both. There are a few champions who have poisons and HP burns, just a few. But you could potentially do that. There are also some like tanks that bring poisons or HP burns. You know, Taragi the Frog brings poisons. Tyrant Ixlamore brings HP burns. So sometimes you can get your HP burn into a team without like an HP burner. Do you know what I mean? Like you don't need an HP burn champion. You can, like, they're not there to burn the world down. They're just there to get this debuff out there. But I feel like if you're bringing Rathalos and you're not bringing an HP burn, you're giving away so much damage that you would be better off if the poisoner does more damage, keep the poisoner and sideline Rathalos. You know, like if that's the way that works, if you're doing a comparison and you're just like, oh, hey, you know, I'm running Dark Kale and he just does so much more damage, you know, than if I bring an HP burner, like I get more damage out of Dark Hail than the HP burner and the extra boost from Rathalos, then just sideline Rathalos. Then he's not good enough. Do you know what I mean? It's like, then just bring Dark Hail and support him better. Like have a buff extender or a poison exploder or whatever whatever else you need to get that to work. Oh, I want to try this thing. I want to do normal. If I do stage 3 on normal. Does this fill my XP bar? Yeah, Picasso. Sometimes you'll have a speed tune that only works for one of the difficulty levels, and then it's like, all right, so I'm getting a 2-key Ultra Nightmare, which is awesome, and then I'm also getting a 2-key Nightmare, which feels weak. But that happened. You're right, it does. Works perfectly. You can actually save 4 energy here. That's awesome. Thank you for that tip. I didn't realize that. That's going to save me a lot more energy. Hey, Steven. Or Stefan. Sorry. Is it Stefan or Stefan? Probably Stefan. Isn't Phantom Touch a safe and easy option for Rathalos? That's why I'm using on mine, but I already have another hero using Brimstone. Yeah, I think Phantom Touch is a really safe and easy option on a lot of damage dealers, or even non-damage dealers that you're trying to bring extra damage into a team composition. How much extra damage is it bringing? One of the things about Phantom Touch is that it actually scales based on attack. So Rathalos is an attack-based damage dealer. He's going to have a high attack number. So yes, it will actually scale pretty well with Rathalos. It's not as much damage as Brimstone. It's not as much damage as some of these other things. And for instance, when you're doing Soul Reap, like Soul Reap it's about a damage threshold. It's not about how much damage the attack is doing. It's more about the HP of the enemy. So you can actually hit a boss for 4% of their max HP. If you get them at 3.9, you can Soul Reap a boss to death, which is really cool, right? And that's the lowest number. It actually goes up to 8% and then 12%, 16% or whatever it is. Or I think that's how it works. Let me look. 4, 8, 14, and 20. It actually goes up more than I thought it did. I thought it was 4, 8, 12, 16, but it's 4, 8, 14, 20. That's insane, right? So there's no other skill in the game. There's no other blessing in the game. There's no other like debuff in the game that'll do 20% of a boss's HP as damage. I don't even know. Like I wonder if that is, does anybody know if that is mitigated by the boss passive? Like, can it only go to 10%? So you know how bosses have like a max HP hit can only go to 10% of their HP, like in the dungeons and stuff. Like, is that true here too? So does this target HP threshold not work against bosses? Like, does it only go up to 10? That'd be kind of interesting. All right. It has a cap on clan boss. That's interesting. How would it even work on clan boss? Because you can actually fight clan boss when it only has 1% health. Would every single hit activate a soul reap? That can't be right. That can't be right. How does it work on clan? I never even thought, it never even occurred to me to use soul reap on clan boss. How would that work? I have questions. I need people to answer my questions. Why isn't there a content creator out there that can answer my questions? Soul Reap has a 3-turn cooldown. Interesting. Even as a free-to-play player, do you recommend using brews or leveling food and not sacrificing champs at level 1? Yeah, Greg, you should use the brew trick as a free-to-play player, absolutely. It's actually even better as a free-to-play player. So I think that, the thing about the brew trick, if you call it a trick, people call it a trick. It's not a trick. It's just a method, whatever. You use the brew method. You just have to make sure you have enough brews. On my main account, that's all I do. I do very minimal campaign farming for champion training on my main because I never have the time for it. And I can do the entire champion training event with brews in 2 hours. It's a pain because I have to do roster management. I have to feed champions and I have to move champions around in my vaults and stuff. And I'm near max capacity in my roster and in both my vaults. So it's a pain. I don't like doing it that way, but it's faster. If I have to do champion training with energy, I have to play for hours every day. I don't have I just downloaded RSL Helper. I don't typically run my main account on my PC anyway because I'm doing the HH Challenge account. So once the HH Challenge is over, and I'm actually maybe for the first time ever in the history of raids since I started, I'll be back down to one account. Whoops, I did an extra. That's maybe then I'll be able to just run more campaign because I'll be able to use RSL Helper. Yeah, so that'll be something. But I think the brew trick is great. And I think even if you are running a lot of campaign, you can extend your value. You can extend, your point total or your reach by using the trick. So if people don't know what we're talking about, when you're doing champion training, you can come in here and let's say you make a level 30 champion and you want to level up a level 30 champion. So let's say I'm going to level up Soulbound Bowyer. I could just feed, 3 level 1 3-stars. Or what I can do is I can say, okay, I'm going to use the Avirs. So that what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to come in here, I'm going to find my Avirs, and I'm going to throw some brews into them. Now, for 3-star champions, I typically do 2 brews. It gets you to level 15. And that's going to give you a bunch of points for champion training. These points are valuable, right? These points are valuable because they help you progress down champion training. And the brews aren't valuable unless they're used for something. So the only other thing that you use brews for, other than this trick, is to just finish off a champion's leveling. So let's say I've got a champion. I don't have one on this account, but let's say Deacon is level 55, and let's say he had his full masteries. Like I had run him up in Ice Golem, Minotaur. I'd run him up in Minotaur and completed all of his masteries, and he was sitting at level 55, and I just wanted to finish him off, and I wanted to come in here and I could throw in some brews in him. The issue that takes so many brews to get these last few levels, right? Look at this. It's 33 brews for 5 levels at this point, when you're 6 stars. So you just chug through brews if you do it this way. So I don't do that. I typically just let him run at 55. I'll get points in dungeons. I'll get points in faction crypts. I'll get points wherever I run him. And eventually he'll hit 60. Because level 60 is much less important than the 6-star capstone. Right? If I can get War Master on him, or if you want, Eagle Eye, whatever you're going for. But if I could get that on him, then the rest of it, I don't even really care about that much. It'll happen eventually. Now, if I'm really close to something and I need to beat some, I need it, then I'm this close to beating, I don't know, Dragon 25. I'm this close to beating, the particular Doom Tower boss and I want to move up the floor. Then I might throw some brews into somebody. because I think the extra stats are going to actually make a difference. But really, the only purpose for me for brews is to level food for champion training. I don't use brews for almost anything else. So yeah, I highly recommend it. We gotta do Doom Tower here. I can't get past this Scarab boss. I'm not even gonna try. We'll get something maybe. Okay. If you catch it between 8 and 1, you get Reaper hits. I didn't know that. The Reap still maxes out at 10% max HP on a boss. Okay. Yeah, brews shouldn't cost silver. It's stupid. What would you do for a 4-star as far as numbers of brews? So for a 4-star, I put in 2 brews and 1 1-star champion. And that gets, I think that gets level 15. So, let's see. I don't have a raw 4-star here. Level 1 4-star. But yeah, so for a 4-star champion, I do 2 brews and a level 1 champion. A level 1 1-star. And that gives me 15 level. I used to do 4 brews, and I think 4 brews would get me like level 22 or 23 or something. Maybe level 22. But it's just not as efficient on brews. So if you have a ton of extra brews, you could do that for more points. But 2 brews and 1 champion should get you level 15 on a 4-star. So on 3 stars, you're doing 2 brews. On a 4-star, you're also doing 2 brews, but 1 extra 1-star champion. And then on a 5-star, I do 5 brews and 1 champion. Again, I'm not gonna have a 5-star here. Yeah, but on a 5-star, I do 5 brews and 1 1-star champion, and that gives you 21 levels? Something. I forget. I used to go for 28 levels, which was like 8 brews. I think I put in 8 brews, and then I just, I burned through my brews too fast, so I kind of pulled back a little bit. The number of brews you put into a particular champion, like whatever, that's more a matter of personal preference and how efficient you want to be. Because the first brew is always the most efficient brew. So you could always do 1 brew on every start level, and then just whatever else you needed to get maybe the extra point. So, if I'm looking at like a 3-star champion, okay, if I put 1 brew on, what do I get? I get 10 levels here. I could just stop there. I don't need, that's, if you think about it, the next brew only gets me 5 levels. So the first brew is always the most efficient brew because the points are the same for every level. It's like the points you get for going from 1 to 2 are the same points you get from going from 29 to 30. So you could just put 1 brew in everything. Just do 1 brew everywhere. And that's super efficient. But you'll probably have more brews than that, and you might want more points than that. So just find something that feels good. But I would say, at least early on in your account, err on the side of saving more brews rather than burning through them, as long as you can still reach the champion training total. And that may mean, burning more energy to save a little bit on the brews, because at some point you're going to have what, happened to you. You're going to have something that you're going to have something happen to you that typically happens to me. There we go. Which is you get to the end, like you're trying to do a fusion on 2 accounts or whatever, and you got life and work and family and all this stuff, and you get to the end of a champion training, you've got 4 hours to do it, and you've only, progressed 10% of the way. Like, I can't possibly do it with energy at this point. It would take like 20 hours to do it with energy, and I've got 4 hours. So I have to do it all with brews. I got to do 90% of it with brews. And so if you come up short on brews in that scenario, you fail. You know, so it's like you don't want that to happen. But I know my life is chaotic. I know that happens to me every fusion. At least one of the 2 champion trainings I do in the last 4 hours. And I do it like 90% with brews or 80% with brews. So I like to err on the side of like saving more brews. Even though if I have to, I'll spend more brews. Because on my main, I have more than 2,000 brews of each affinity. But every once in a while, I get into a fusion where that happens twice. I'll have to do both champion trainings with brews, and I'll burn through like 400 brews of each, you know, affinity. And that always feels bad. I mean, I'm glad to get it done, but then I want to build it back up. You know, I want that cushion. Now, maybe I'm overly cautious as a free-to-play player. I could get value out of those brews. Like, it's 2,000 brews, man. You don't need that many. You get to have 600. That'd be fine. But yeah, I'm a little bit of a resource hoarder when it comes to that stuff. Okay. Faction Wars boss is not happening today. You freaking stupid advanced quest. Could I do this? Could I get this boss? Like, if I geared up, could I get this boss? I have a Metal Shaper. I have a Yizzo. I don't think. I don't think it's. See if it's clear. See, 10 brews for 5 stars is great for points. Every brew is good for points. The question is, how many do you collect? I want my number to always be steady or growing. I don't want it to be diminishing. So, you know, that's just how I feel about it. Soul Reap does like 90k damage on Clan Boss Ultra Nightmare and can proc Giant Slayer. On an unkillable team, it does like 1.5 million damage in 50 turns. That's good to know. You know what Brimstone does if you land it? You know, like at the expected rate? You have any idea? How do you build your Yizzo considering to take mine to 50 and have pulled a 4-star blessing? I don't. I don't build my Yizzo. I just use them at 4 stars. I throw them in whatever gear, you know, regen, make them a little tanky. I don't know. Something. Maybe resilience. I don't care about the champion that much. Maybe I should care about him more. I've never built one since my first account. I think on my first account, I took one to 50 and I was like, this is an awful champion. I didn't like him. Now, granted, I know Yizzo's not that bad, but I didn't know what I was doing, you know? So yeah, he's okay for faction crypts for a little while. He can do some work in a couple of places like Fire Knight. So early on, he's not an awful champion to have. I don't mind they give me a free champion, but I've never, not that I can remember, I don't think I've ever really focused on him since my very first account when I got him, and I built him, and I made a lot of mistakes on my first account. I took War Priest to 6 stars. You know, I took Yizzo to 5 stars. I didn't take High Katoon to 6 stars for like 6 months. I think I built a second starter champ. I built a second starter champion to 50 really too soon too. I made a lot of mistakes. The good thing about my main account was I got Seeker really early, and he felt really good, and I built him to 6 stars. He was awesome. I got Tayrell really early, and this was back when Tayrell was like a boss before he got power crept. And then I got Cardiel at 4 months. You know, so it was like I was off to the races. All those mistakes just kind of got forgotten. Oh, somebody's cooking, Barb. Oh, it smells so good. That smells so good. David says, congrats on the soon coming baby boy. Thank you so much. Thank you. My wife and I are both very excited. His grandparents, both sets of grandparents, are super excited. We've got cousins who are super excited. We have a baby shower coming up. I don't remember when. I think it's either next weekend or the weekend after. I don't remember. I don't know what day it is. But yeah, so we're gonna get to see everybody and celebrate. And it's interesting because I think I talked about this a little bit in one of the other live streams. My wife's a little bit younger than I am. When I say a little, she's like, there's a gap. There's a bit of a gap, not a huge gap. But so for her, most of her friends are actually like in the age where they're having kids, or they just had kids, or they're planning on having kids. You know, like she's like, her peer group are a lot of young parents or prospective parents. So she's right about in the middle of the group. You know, there are kids who are maybe like 6 or 7, like that's about the oldest group. And then there are like brand new babies that are just happening. And she actually has multiple friends who are pregnant simultaneously, like with her. So she actually has 2 friends who are due within like 2 weeks of her. And so, you know, she has that group to commiserate with. Actually 3 friends now. We found another one. Somebody that like, you know, one of those friends that you kind of lost touch with and then reconnect with, like that kind of scenario. Now my peer group, all of their kids are high school and college age. You know. So on my side, the cousins are all older. And then all my friends, the kids are older. Like the youngest kids that my friends have are all like 13. You know, like 10 to 13, maybe not even 10, maybe like 12, 13. You know, so it's kind of interesting because it's like most of our kid connections are going to be on her side. But the excitement on my side is intense. You know, like my family's pumped because there hasn't been a kid in over a decade. You know, it's like the last baby was like 12 years ago. So all of the mothers are like excited about, you know, a new baby. All the grandparents and aunts and uncles are excited for a new baby. And I think they're also excited just because I waited a long time to have kids, you know? So it's like, oh, finally he's having kids. So there's that. But it's exciting time. It's an exciting time at both sides of the family. Everybody's been really just awesome. Yeah. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be crazy, but it's going to be fun. I need just a moment. I'll be right back. All right. So sorry about that. That station, we may as well try the boss. It's not going to work, but we may as well try it. See what happens. Because if I just need to build, if I just need to like get Metal Shaper a few levels and put him in some gear, that would be fine. I would do that. So it says, I burned so many brews trying to keep up with all the events that I'm down to like 600 total. Definitely taking a break from that for a while. Yeah, and also like you can pull back on the brews and like accelerate the energy usage. Like if you have energy and you have gems, you can use that to rebuild your stockpile. So Greg says, my wife is 8 years younger and I'm in my 40s. I feel you. So yeah, you're in a similar boat, right? Hey, Great Dane. Good to see you. Tomas. Hey, Cole. As you got your random They're Gigantic Archer, I got mine when pulling for the 1+1. Really happy about that. Did not expect that. That's great. That's awesome. I don't know if y'all saw I should have turned this into a video. But I did it on the live stream on Sunday. Was it Sunday? No, it was Tuesday. It was Tuesday, not Sunday. All right. So I pulled one Ancient Shard and I hit. And I got 2 legendaries on it. It was so funny. I was just like, it was Mashalad, who's actually a dupe. And that was the bonus one, right? And then I don't even remember who the main one was. Now I'm trying to think about it. But I literally pulled one Ancient Shard and hit the 1+1. Sebastian says, congrats from Denmark. Thank you. When do you guys usually spend your Soulstones, Soulstone Rush, or CVC, or what? So right now there's... Oh, okay, so this isn't going really anywhere. There is an expectation that there will be 2 times Soulstone events coming. Saf from HH Gaming, Saphira, has looked at the code, and there's code that suggests that two times Soulstone events will be coming in the future, but we have no idea when. We've gotten no official word about it. So it could happen in a few weeks. It could be 6 months from now. We have no idea. So the recommendation right now is hold on to your Soulstones. That's what most people are doing. They're holding on to their Soulstone. Now, it's a little tricky because if it's a long wait, you're going to lose value, especially in Centranos, if you hold on too long, right? So that's a thing we have to pay attention. If you are going to pull your Soulstone, I recommend doing it during a time where you can get extra value. And it doesn't really matter what. Like, just pull it when it feels good, as long as you're getting extra value. Don't do it on a random day. Do it during a Soulstone event. Do it during, anytime you can get points for it, anytime you can get additional resources, as long as it's a double dip. If you feel good pulling, you should pull. Yeah. So, but like I said, there is potential that a 2 times event might be coming out soon. If you pull all of your Soulstones today and then like 2 weeks from now there's a 2 times event, you might feel a little bit bad. Just telling you, you got Brackus and Morgaine. All right. Both new on that account. Fantastic. Connor says, hey, Cole, what's the best way to get brews, as I can't seem to build up a good supply before a champ training event? Was sitting on about 80 of each brew at the start of the event. So you get brews from a few places. You get them from Potion Keeps. You get them from Clan Boss. I forget where else you get them from. But anyway, you can get them as rewards for, events and stuff like that. So what I basically do is I just make sure that I always try to maximize my Clan Boss keys anyway to get all of the chests that I can. And I basically don't use brews for anything except champion training. And then what I will do is I will pass on champion training events. I pass on champion training events with fair frequency. So if you're doing every single champion training event, what tends to happen, and this is happening to Sun, is that you'll get more 6 stars than you have books for. And not that that's an awful thing, but it just means your champions are rarely optimized, and you do get books from champion training, but you get more XP than you get books in terms of the ratio. So every champion training is half a 6 star at least, but it's only 1 legendary book, so it's it's not enough. It's still something you want to do, and if you can get that book, because it's going to allow you to focus. You build up rares, build up epics, or whatever, as opposed to a lot of 6-star legendaries. But I just skip probably 2/3 of the champion trainings. I do the champion trainings for the fusions, and then maybe I'll do one other one during the cycle until the next fusion, and that's it. I won't do more than that. Picasso says, I hope it's 6 months till the 2 times on Soulstones. I'm not pulling a single one till then. David just pulls his during CVCs. You can buy brews from from a couple of shops too. All right. I need to get onto my main account. All right, I can't wait any longer. I got to start playing on the phone. This will be done soon, but there's only an hour and 18 minutes till reset, and I have not played my main account at all today. I've played like 20 minutes. So I need to be doing stuff. Hydra Hunter Challenge. I'll have to look at that. Still haven't heard back from the content creator program. Player Am. I've applied 3 times. You could at least send me the courtesy of a no. Be like, no, thank you. We're not interested. Like, but this is the age of ghosting people, you know? We just avoid that confrontation. We don't like to say no. We just like to ignore people forever. I've got a 3-star Godseeker Neri Split Soul in the store, but I don't have enough. Buy. I'll have to let it pass. Okay, let's see. What do I need to do over here? Campaign battle. Let's do some campaign battles. I will show you guys the main account today, because Thursday's usually about the main account. But we did 2 videos yesterday. It was crazy. 2 videos in a day. Nobody can live at that speed. HH does 2 videos every day. The guy's a machine. He's a monster. He's a crazy content creator, dude. Hell, Hades, if you don't appreciate that, man, there's something wrong with you. He's incredibly good. He's really good. He's a really good content creator. He's not like Asmongold or like Mr. Beast. He's not that. That's a whole different thing. That's a personality. That's not a content, right? That's like a pop culture phenomenon. But HH works. The man, it works. He just works. He works fast. He works hard. He works efficient. Just gets things done. Yeah, Raid would not be the same without that man. It just wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. And you know, like, part of me is like, well, if there were a vacuum like that, somebody would fill it. Do you know what I mean? Like, if HH didn't exist, somebody would fill that role in the community. But the truth of the matter is, most communities don't have that person. You know, it would be filled by like 2 or 3 different people who kind of split up the responsibilities, and none of them are as good as he is. You know, like, none of them would be as good at their 1/3 of a job as he is as the whole thing. So, yeah, Adam, ghosting is unprofessional, but it is the way that people work. He does like 6 to 9 videos a day with all those games he does, though. I don't actually know how many videos he does a day, like, because I don't watch all his channels, but you're right. He has multiple channels. He has like 3 or 4 channels now. And, you know, he does at least one raid. He pretty much, there are days he doesn't do a raid video. It's rare, but he does skip days now. But I would still say he's probably averaging like 8 to 10 a week on raid, you know, maybe more. It's kind of unreal. I know it's his full-time job now. I mean, it's not like he's not like me, you know, like this is basically what I'm doing full-time, but I'm not earning my full-time income. So I have to do other things. You know what I mean? I have to go and make money. I have to go and do other. And he just has to be really good at what he's doing right now. But he got there really fast. Do you know what I mean? He got to that level really quickly. What do I need to be doing? I mean, when you think about the fact that he built $1 million brand in under 3 years, like from nothing. You ever watch his early videos? they're awful. They're not awful, like, in terms of content, like, in terms of information. But, like, not paced well, not highly produced. He didn't know what he was doing. He was like everybody who's starting out. Do you know what I mean? He was just as bad as everybody who started out. He didn't, like, start out super polished, you know? But yeah, I mean, inside a year, he was clicking. And by the 3-year mark, he had, a dozen employees, and the HH brand was off to the races. Use a charm at the forge. That's what we're doing. Okay. Maybe for Rathalos? Do we have Rathalos? I did forge all my Rathalos pieces. I thought I hadn't. All right. That's disappointing, huh? Really good substats. Flat defense. Silver keys in Doom Tower. Not to mention, HH basically wrote the Raid Bible and made it into a website for all of us. I mean, he didn't write most of the website. I think early on he did a lot of the content, but the website is probably got 4 or 5 people who work on it full time. It's that big a job, so all the articles have been, handed around, the guides and stuff. But yeah, he started that, right? Explains why he talks so fast. Yeah. By the way, I watch all HH videos at 1.5 speed. I watch all content creators at least at 1.25 speed. I don't know if you guys do that. For me, I feel like I talk kind of fast sometimes. But I can't consume content fast enough. I will actually crank it up to double speed if I have to. I watch Saphira at like 1.75 or 2.0. I watch Nub Raids at like 1.5. I watch Deadwood Jedi probably at 1.75 or 2.0. And part of it is like the speaking speed of the content creator, and part of it is just the fact that like I will get to the information that I need faster, and then I'll like crank it back down, But yeah, you should feel free to watch me faster too. I don't know. Sometimes I watch my own videos at regular speed, and I'm like, feel like cranking me up. Maybe I should crank me up. But the funny thing is, if you watch a bunch of content creators at 1.25 or 1.5 speed, and then you create content, you want to match the pace that you watch. So I'll watch somebody at 1.5, and they'll be talking at this speed, and I'll be like, okay, that's the speed I should be talking about. So, hey, everybody, hey, this Colred, let's go. And it's like, no. Got to slow it down. It's got to be manageable. But yeah, I like watching people faster. I watch most videos faster, except music videos, because that messes up the timing. Tyraku's awesome. Absolutely awesome. I like Ash. I haven't watched Ash as much as I used to. I used to watch him a lot. I thought for a long time that he was the most entertaining content creator in Raid. And he had good info, but like I'm a free-to-play player. I wasn't that long into the game. He's like a huge whale, and he's much deeper into the game. So we didn't necessarily relate on like the roster level. Do you know what I mean? Like, and he tries to do some free-to-play content. All the big content creators do, but it's still just a disconnection in mentality. But he just seems like an awesome guy. He's super positive. He's really upbeat. He's got a lot of different interests. He's a single dad. He donates money to charity when he does shard pulls and stuff. I love watching his content. Really great content, but I haven't watched him all that much recently. And yeah, I don't know, I don't know where it seems like his focus is also not necessarily on Raid these days. He's got a lot of channels going on. So, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but HH is also competitive by putting out more himself instead of trying to push down other people. He's a good leader. I like HH. He's a community guy. He clearly is a community guy. And I really don't have, like he and I don't agree on everything. I don't know that he even knows. Like I know he knows my name, but I don't know that he has any interest in my content. But we don't agree on everything, but that's okay. That's fine. Like I feel well represented, in his content, and I feel like his goal is to help people. His goal simultaneously is to be successful. You can do those two things. I see comments sometimes on the videos of the bigger content creators. I don't get this that much because I'm too small. Like I'm clearly not making money, but the guys who make money, who make a living at it, I'll see comments every once in a while where it'll be like, this guy's a sellout, or he clearly is just like, hawking for Plarium because he doesn't want to lose his viewers. And if the game goes down, he's going to take a hit in the wallet and stuff like that. Like that can all be true and also not mean all that much in terms of how you approach your job. Like if you are a teacher, you can be a teacher and love kids and want to help teach kids, or you could be a teacher who's just showing up for a paycheck, and like if you get a raise, it's not going to make you care less about the kids. You know what I mean? It just means your life's going to get a little bit easier. Maybe you can pay your bills a little bit better. And that's also true, like, if you work in a factory, or if you're a cop, or if, like, whatever you do, you have to have a job to pay your bills. But the particular job you pick is, for a lot of people, it's because their interests and their skills align, and maybe a little bit of luck and experience, and you end up in a field where you have some natural passion, some natural talent. He did not have to do this job. HH was making plenty good money doing what he was doing. So he clearly is an avid gamer. He's a passionate gamer, and he came and decided to do this job because he had an opportunity to do it, and he took a risk on himself, and it paid off. And it didn't pay off because he got lucky. He paid off because he's a hard worker. But so when people take shots at him and they're like, "Oh yeah, you don't care about the community and you don't care about the job," like he clearly does. He's a gamer. He cares about other gamers. He has surrounded himself with some of the nerdiest people you've ever seen in your life, right? Like nerdy gamers, the kind of gamers I love being around, right? Like I'm one of those gamers. I absolutely geek out on stuff. Like I would rather sit down and talk to another geeky gamer for 4 hours about theory crafting than do almost anything else in my life. And he has collected a whole group of people, and they do that every day. So clearly he loves gamers. He loves gamers. He doesn't want to just take advantage of gamers to pad his pockets. He's not Plarium. He's not a casino guy. He's a gamer who happens to have found a way to make gaming his career, So that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm going to be 50 years old in a couple of years. It's like I've never been able to make gaming profitable for myself. That's what I want to do. It's like, do people think that I don't care? Like I make guides for free-to-play players. I talk about free-to-play stuff all the time. Like these are the people that I care about because they're also me. They're my friends, So yeah, I don't like it when people take shots at HH. I don't like it when people take shots at any of the content creators. And I didn't like it before I was a content creator. And now that I'm a content creator, I like it even less because I know how hard it is. I know how incredibly hard it is to be good at this and to be successful at this. Because I'm not successful at it yet. I'm not there, and hopefully I'll get there. But I know how hard Son and I are both working to make this a reality. And, you might look at my channel and you might say, hey, Colred, he's got 5,500 or 5,300 or something subscribers, and that came together in, say, about 7 months. The channel's been alive for 9 months, but the first 2 months don't count because we didn't do anything. So, in about 7 months, we got, now let's see. 7 months. Almost 7 months this weekend, in fact. 7 months yesterday. We've got 5,200 subscribers. So you'd be like, dude, you're killing it. That's huge. Like in this space, it is. Obviously, like in other spaces, if you only had 5,000 subscribers after 7 months, then you're doing something wrong. But in this space, that's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. People are like, oh man, you're killing it. You're doing awesome. It's like, we make no money. We make no money. There's nobody here. You know, there are opportunities. And, you know, I still haven't had my first sponsorship. Still haven't done my first sponsorship. I've gotten a few offers, nothing that I felt good about. There was one I felt good about, and I was just so busy I didn't get back to them in time. But I might still be able to finagle that, and it would be cool. It's not even a gaming sponsorship. It's just a product that I thought looked cool, and they would send me one to try, and I could try it out and then review it for them. And so I might do that. But you know, you need to get sponsorships. You need to get merchandise going. We don't have our merchandise yet. We're doing that. We're trying to get to that. You know, you need to do takeovers and coaching and do that for money. You have to sell those services. And so we'd like to do that as well. And you know, that's coming. But hopefully, you know, in the next 5 months, say, so by the time we hit a year, maybe we'll have, you know, 8 to 10,000 subscribers. Might have some more members. That'd be good. I think we're carrying like 30 or 40 members right now. I'd love to multiply that. You know, and it's like, that's what I want to do. I want to be able to pay my bills doing this. And I think, you know, the idea that you dress, you know, kind of dress for the job that you want, you know, like plan for the job that you want to get. So I've been trying to make this channel as professional and effective and, you know, high quality as I am capable of. And sometimes I miss, you know, sometimes not every video is a winner. Sometimes I get things wrong, you know, but I'm trying hard. Son's trying hard. We're trying to do our best. And I think we succeed more often than we fail. But even doing good content, even learning on the job and getting better at it. I mean, if you look back at my early videos, you know, we were talking about HH's videos, like his early videos. You look back at my first 2 months of videos, they're not great. You know, there's good information, just like in HH's videos. There's good information. But like, I didn't know what I was doing. They were too long. My intros were too long. You know, we didn't have good thumbnail. Like, we were all over the place. But we were learning on the job. You know, and we've come a long way since then. But yeah, it's there's no money yet. There's no money. And so how do you keep doing something like this when you're not making money at it? You do it because you love it. You know, you do it because you enjoy it, because you think it's worthwhile. I like helping gamers. I like talking to gamers. I like hanging out with gamers. I like streaming for gamers. It's hard for me to meet a gamer. It's difficult for me to meet a gamer that I don't like. Like, it's rare for me to meet a gamer that I don't like. At least to some extent. At least, you know, we might see completely differently the world. Like, but if we both love games, there's something there, you know? And so my hope is I can make good money at this and simultaneously keep those things true, you know? And if you followed me during, you know, No Dime December, you know, like, I'm not going to shill for a game company I don't believe in. I'm not going to shill for a product I don't believe in. And every once in a while I will get those comments of, you know, somebody will say, oh, well, you do this because you're a content creator. It's like, I don't know. It's like, no, I do content creation because I'm away. I'm not away because I do content creation, right? Like, I do content creation because I'm a gamer who loves games and loves gaming communities. There's nothing that I do because I'm a content creator. Like, there's no that, you know, you're a content creator, therefore this. There's literally zero of that, right? Except maybe like the things that you have to do to just be good at your job. You know, like, you're a content creator, therefore you try to make videos that people want to watch. Yes, I do that. I try to make videos people want to watch. So there might be a subject that people ask for, and I'll be like, okay, I'll make that my next video. So, you know, it's like, that's just doing the job, you know? But I'm not sitting here at home thinking to myself, I just hate Hydra. Like, I do think that sometimes. I just hate Hydra. I'll never do a video on Hydra. You can't make me do a video on Hydra. And then 50 people ask for it and be like, but we'll watch and we'll subscribe to your channel if you do a video on Hydra. And be like, God damn it. I guess I'm doing a video on Hydra. Like, no, I'll just be like, yeah, I really should do it. Like, I've been avoiding it. I should probably do it. And people want me to do it. So all right, if the viewers want it, I'm willing to do it. And it's probably good for me to do it because it needs, it needs to be done, but also because it's going to help me as a gamer. It's going to help me as a player to like go and do the research. And it's also good as just a business person and a human to occasionally do things that you're uncomfortable doing, not because they're bad, but just because you have an aversion to them for some reason. Like, get over it a little bit. It's like, it's important stuff. It's end game content. It's things people want to do and other people like it. So go do it. It's your job, man. Go do it. Anyway. I just started watching Boozer. He's great. All right. MTG Jedi needs ×2 minimum. You mean ×2 like viewers? MTG is good. Yeah, he's very good. Oh, you're saying ×2 speed. That's what you were saying. I would actually say that you are one of the fastest speakers, but Ash sounds like a squeaky toy when you put him in 2 times speed. It's funny because I do watch him very fast. Can someone help me? I can't beat Scarab. Don't have a shield champ. Papa Patrick, you can try Blood Shield rings. If you have any Blood Shield rings, literally throw them on any champions that you have, preferably at least one who is some kind of sustained champion. That is the easiest way to beat Scarab. If you don't have a shield champion and you don't have Blood Shield rings, you're not going to beat the Scarab boss. I mean, you could try like 5 Doom Priests or something. Maybe that would work. I don't know. But you really don't have many options. Even like 3 or 4 cleansers. You could go like a couple of cleansers and really, really high resist. I think you can resist the provokes, but you're still going to struggle. It's not going to work well. So patience, Blood Shield rings, shield champions. That's what you got to do. How much do you charge to look at my account? I've been stuck for 1 year and can't improve. I don't know. It's a good question. It's a good question. I will probably figure out a pricing system because I don't know what the market rate is really. I've tried looking at the other content creators a little bit. And so I don't want to like overcharge. I don't want to undercharge as well because this is the way I'm trying to feed myself. And my wife and my unborn child. So I don't want to like give it away for free. But I also I'm not really super money motivated. I'm not like real greedy about anything. I want to help gamers. So we'll have to find a price system that makes sense. I don't know. If you have a suggestion, if you know what the market is like, and you think, if you have an idea about what would be fair, you can actually help me out and let me know. Let me know what other people charge. Like, I don't know what MTG charges. I don't know what, I know there are other people who do this. It's really nice how gamers started celebrating their culture instead of being ashamed of it in recent years. Maybe because our ranks grew a lot bigger. Yeah, I agree, Johan. When I was a kid, it was, it was not really something that you let people know that much about. You would find gamers at like gaming stores. Like you'd go to your local game store, your game shop, and, there would be like blackout screens on the windows and stuff so people couldn't look in and see who was in there. You'd like be in there and you didn't want people looking in the window. Who's in the shop? And you'd go on Friday Night Magic or something, and you do that. But yeah, it was weird. Like you'd have the gaming club, the chess and gaming club at the high school, and there were like 3 kids who wanted to play chess and 20 kids who wanted to play, D&D. And most of those kids got shoved in their lockers every day. So yeah, if you're one of those people, if you're an old school gamer like I am, then it's a nice change. It is a nice change. I'm playing my main account here in case anybody's wondering why I'm not looking at the camera. It's because I'm trying to get both of these things done. And we now got 54 minutes. Okay, so is this done yet? Can I be done here? I think so. All my faction. Yeah, okay, that's all done. I mean, arena, I could do some arena maybe. I'll do this one. And then we got to swap over to the main account and crush that really fast. Yeah, so I agree. I think the thing, I've said this before on live stream, there are more gamers out there who deny their gamerness than there are gamers who like acknowledge. There are more people who are gamers who would not call themselves gamers than there are gamers who call themselves gamers. And part of the reason is because of that, because of that stigma that used to be attached to it. The idea of like some 35-year-old man in his parents' basement with no job playing on his Xbox, or playing D&D. Like, that's not us, right? We've got lives, we've got jobs, we do things. Like, gaming is not shameful. It's awesome. It's made me smarter. Gaming has made me way smarter, right? And it's made you smarter too. Absolutely. Greg Carton says, HH is building a game, and I bet he doesn't do what Plarium does. He says it a lot. I hope so. We will see. I am pulling for him. I am rooting for him. I am also rooting for him to find a way, because this is the real challenge. I'm rooting for him to find a way to make the game profitable without resorting to gacha tactics. Or at least very minimal player-friendly gacha tactics. We'll see if he can pull it off. Because he may be able to pull off a great game that is very gamer-friendly but isn't profitable. Or he may be able to pull off a great game that is profitable but isn't particularly gamer-friendly. And I think we would all be disappointed with either one of those. We want him to succeed financially, want him to make a great game, be gamer-friendly, and succeed financially. And we want that not just because we like HH, which is nice for him. And it's not just because we want it for ourselves, because Raid is, Plarium is greedy. We want it for the industry. We want to prove to everybody that this can be done this way. Right? I mean, that's what I want. I want proof for the industry that you don't have to be super greedy assholes to make money in the gaming world. And there are only a few games that seem to understand that. There are a few games that do it really well. Like Warframe is one of them. Warframe is a really cool game that's great free-to-play game. And it's got some pay-to-win options in it, and it makes money, but it's also got, there are other games that have done it well. I'm surprised because, League of Legends was the biggest game in the world for like 7 years. And it made a ton of money and was really not just free to play, but player friendly in its free to play aspects. Some games are free to play, but they're not player friendly. So we want that. I guess hate on HH was from a few years ago, spotlighting Kales. I don't know what that was about. If all CCs were exactly the same and said the same thing, that wouldn't be good for the community or anyone. I don't always agree, but I respect anyone who puts in effort and passion. That's well said, Desania. I agree. That's perfectly said. We don't actually want people who all agree on everything. Like, that's not useful, right? Then you only need one person. So, if you're going to have 10 content creators, have them all have a slightly different perspective, maybe get some debate going on. That's going to help us. It's going to push us to like discover new things, and it's going to help different players achieve, different goals, right? Because not everybody has the same goal in the game. Raid was the first game where I started watching CCs, and it's amazing how different the content actually is and how you start feeling about their personality. Yeah, I think so too. And we get attached to content creators. I know from personal experience in my life that you watch a content creator enough, you feel like you get to know their personality, you appreciate what they're offering you, and it's a little bit of a strange relationship because you have much more access to the content creator than the content creator will ever have to you. Right? You get to watch their videos on demand anytime, but they get to see one comment from you on a video for 15 seconds. Do you know what I mean? Maybe you pop into a live stream, you have a conversation once, but it's like you're part of a crowd. And so, that relationship is not equally balanced. But we gravitate towards those content creators that we feel good about, that we either like their content or their personality or their philosophy or whatever it is. And that becomes our guy. That becomes our girl. That becomes our person. And I think that's cool. And it's a weird thing from being on this side of it now. I was never on this side of it before. And people will reach out to me kind of sometimes and be like, sorry to really bother you. I know you're super busy. I'm like, yeah, I'm super busy doing this job, which is being a content creator and talking to my viewers. Like, don't apologize for asking me a question. That's why I'm doing this job. You can reach out. It's totally fine. I will try to get back to you. And if I don't, I apologize. I'm just a guy trying to do a job. So I like that some people, I get a lot of DMs. I get way more DMs than I've ever gotten in my life. And some of them I just can't get back to. That happens sometimes. But I always try. The old thumbnails are great. What you talking about, Willis? Yeah, son. Your content is very well structured and well delivered. Your preparation, attention to accuracy and detail is appreciated. Thank you, Modern Thinker. I am at heart a writer. That's my personal background. I studied writing for a long time. I was a writing coach for a long time on top of other things. I mean, I was an educator and I taught many subjects, but writing was always like my personal thing. And as a writer, you have to be good at self-editing, and you have to be good at like understanding structure and an audience. And so those skills have translated decently well over here. There's a lot to still learn. And my knowledge of the game isn't perfect. I make mistakes. I make mistakes in every video. It actually happens. I get people who are very kind and say, hey, you're not accurate about this. You're not accurate about that. Whatever it happens to be. And I appreciate that people don't take it out on me. Like they expect me to be the ultimate, perfect knowledge, receptacle or whatever. It's like, I'm just a gamer. Try to be good at what I do, but there's more to this game than I could possibly ever master in the time frame that we have and the number of hours that we get to play. And so that's why I watch other content creators. That's why I love guys like Saf and Nubbraids and Deadwood Jedi and MTG Jedi, theory crafters and detail-oriented analysts and those kinds of people, So all right, I'm falling way behind chat. It's Colred Eastwood. Yeah. All right. What am I trying to do here? Let's do this. Accessory upgrade attempts. I don't even care what accessory it is. Let's go Lizardman. What do we need to upgrade here? Anything? Nope. Okay. There we go. Faction Wars boss. Let's do that. What happened here? How did I lose my lead? I think it was that guy. Right. You should be more relaxed like this in your normal vids, bro. It's a lot funnier to listen. It says, yeah, I think about that sometimes. I think my videos are like, I think of them kind of like mini lectures, not like lectures, but like, like a lesson plan from like, a class that I was teaching. And unfortunately, when you're in a class and you're in a situation like this, it's interactive. And I'm a playful guy. I've got a good sense of humor. I like talking to people about anything. And so this is a place where I can do that more. In a video, it's harder to do that. I'm not performative. I'm not a jokester. I'm not I'm not naturally like a comedian all the time. So I'd rather not try to force that. I think people appreciate the fact that I try to deliver a lot of information in a easily digestible manner as efficiently as possible. And I'm not always super efficient, right? Because I do talk a lot. I repeat myself. But I think that that's where my strength is. And so live streams are just a different animal, and they allow me to be a little bit more personable and interact with people. And I like that too. Sneak says, hey, Colred, quick question. If my Newt is in Relentless and I'm running a block damage clan boss team, is that Relentless counterproductive? And what gear set would you run in a PvE build? Relentless doesn't work with every unkillable team. It really depends on the unkillable team. And think of it this way. If there's any moment where Newt could get an extra turn that would lose him his block damage buff, and then he's susceptible to dying, then it doesn't work. Then Relentless doesn't work. If getting an extra turn doesn't matter because he's always going to get a block damage buff after his extra turn anyway, because he's, whatever, then it could work. Unless maybe there's a speed buff involved and he loses the speed buff. So for instance, if you have him in a myth air composition, it's questionable. It's questionable. It could work because Demitha always goes last, but it might not work because he might outrun his speed buff. And I honestly don't know the answer to that with the myth air teams because I've never run one. But there are tunes that you can use a Relentless set in. But if you can't use a Relentless set, then, get him into Savage. And then you're good. Yeah, what gear set would you run into PvE build? I think Relentless is great. I think Savage is great. There are a couple other sets. But Ignore Defense is really good on him. He's already destroying defense. So he's got a chance to really ignore a lot of defense once he's destroyed that defense. You could run him maybe... I bet you some people probably run him in a reflex set to get the cooldowns to come back around faster. I think I ran mine in Relentless for a while, and now I've switched over to Savage. Swamby says, I think with MTG Jedi, it's mainly time related. So building a Hydra or Clan Boss team, it's more than, let's say, an account coaching or champ rebuild. Prices range are $25 to $75, I think. Not 100% sure. $25 to $75 for a session. Do you know how long the session is? Is that like an hour? Is that a half an hour? Because I think Deadwood Jedi is, I think he's $50 for a half an hour coaching session. I think that's what he does. $50 for a half hour. And then he's got like he's got like a lot of offerings. I was looking at his menu the other day. There's a ton of stuff. So if you want to like a Clan Boss rebuild, it's like $350, but that might take a day or it might take like 2 weeks. So it kind of depends, Get some hardware sponsorship. That'd be nice. I'd like that. I wouldn't mind getting sponsorship for these awesome earbuds that I have. They're absolutely fantastic. They're like the best purchase I've made in months. And the fact that they annoy Sun is just a bonus. Destania says, it used to be so uncool to be a gamer, especially a female gamer. I'm glad it's changed for the better. A long way to go, but better. Yeah, and I think, women gamers, girl gamers, they have it rough. They have it rough because they have to deal with male gamers. Like, they just have to deal with us, right? Like, you get enough mansplaining and, chauvinism in the real world, and then you come into the gaming world and it's like 90% male and you have to deal with even more of it. A lot of my female gamer friends have at some point in their career pretended to be a guy just so they didn't have to deal with it. Or they go the other route and they like join all female guilds, and clans and communities. So they're just surrounded by other female gamers and they don't have to deal with male gamers. I always try to advocate for female gamers and just say to all the male gamers, it's like, this is just another gamer. This is your friend. This is your buddy. Stop being weird. Stop being pushy. Stop being too personal. Like, people will find out. It's like, oh, you're a girl. It's like, dude, chill. Just, I know we're all a little awkward and we all, we're all looking for somebody to connect with, but just back off a little bit. I've had friends who, you know, have gotten married after meeting in games. You know, it's happened more than once. I've known couples that have, you know, started dating because they met in games and then eventually gotten married in the real, you know, real world, not in the game world. So it can happen, can definitely happen. But it doesn't happen because you ask her to cyber. That's not a thing. Modern Finger says, I'll never forget a video, probably still can find it on the search, of a game developer convention. A presentation was titled, A Saudi Prince and a Wall Street Baron Get Into a Fight, and You Win. That's an interesting idea. All right, how are we doing here? We're doing all right here. Let's go get our rewards. Fight and Tag Team Arena, 4 different affinities. That shouldn't be a problem. Usually I have one. I don't. Nope. That's, I need force. We'll do that. Swap that. There we go. This Archer champ thing is the worst so far. All the others had a guaranteed event, but they screwed the player population over with the best of the best champs. So irritating. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I feel bad for players who missed out on Archer and will miss out on Archer. I got extremely lucky. And I actually, you know, it was like the 3rd try or something for me. It was like the 3rd event trying for Archer that I got Archer. And I feel like I was lucky because I'm a content creator and I feel like I need the champion. But also she's a great champion. She's a phenomenal champion. So I think there should have been an easier way to acquire her. I think it should have been like a Hero's Path, or it should have been, Hero's Paths aren't particularly easy. You know, I don't know. I agree with you though. I don't like exclusive champions in general. I just think it's a bad move. You know, I don't like the idea of a champion being available for a limited time and then going away. Being in the game, but only for the players who were there at that time. I hate that idea. And I generally don't play games that do that, but Raid wasn't doing that back in the day when I joined. Ninja was the first time they did that, and I objected to it then, you know, but then they didn't, you know, I guess they did it with Alexander. They did it with Rhonda. They did it more times. I'd love for games to get off the microtransaction predatory treadmill and get back to giving more full value for a one-time input purchase price. I don't mind microtransactions. I actually think that model makes sense, and I'm okay with microtransactions. As long as there are 2 things that have to happen, actually 3 things that have to happen for me to be okay with your microtransaction model as a game. One is micro should be micro. Right? Like the amount of money that you're enticing people to spend shouldn't be in the thousands of dollars a month. It shouldn't even be possible to get there. You know, so small transactions under $10, $1 transactions, $5 transactions, you know, that kind of stuff. And where there's like a limited reason to do that, you know, whether maybe it's cosmetics, fine. Okay. And I could buy, you know, $200 or $300 of cosmetics a month if I wanted, but that would really be over the top. You know, the second thing, and that leads into the second thing, which is I don't think you should be selling pay to win. Like, I don't like that. I just don't like it, especially in anything that's really anything, but anything that's competitive. I don't like pay to win. So that's the second thing. And then the third thing I think is you need to have protections for vulnerable populations. You need to have protections for kids. You need to have protections for addicts. You need to have protections for people who are financially vulnerable. You need to have protection. So, you know, as long as it's like if you release a game and you release a pack every month that I have to buy for $12 or whatever in order to kind of keep pace with the game. All right. That's like a subscription fee. I don't mind subscription fees. You know, if you want to do it in a different method, but if you give me the possibility of spending $1,000 every month, and then you make it that if I spend $1,000 every month, I'm going to crush people because I'm getting more power. And then you don't give me any tools to shut that off. and get away from it if I'm vulnerable to it, now it's complete exploitation. You're 3 layers of exploitation deep. And no, I can't support that. And that's why I don't spend on Raid, because they have all 3 of those things, right? You can spend thousands upon thousands of dollars. It's entirely pay to win, and there are 0 protections for anybody. So I will never support this game financially until they at least change one of those things, if not all of those things. And I don't think that everybody has to do that, but I would like gamers to do that. I would like gamers to do. Ron says, love watching you, Ash, Hellhades, Deadwood Jedi. Well, thank you. That's good company to be in. Those are 3 of the biggest content creators in Raid, and they're 3 of my favorites. So I definitely, I'm flattered by the comparison. Thank you. Orion says, who should be my 3rd level 60? My options are Taragi, Apothecary, and Zargala. They're all good. I don't know who your first 2 are. Both Taragi and Apothecary could be fantastic. Apothecary is a really good all-around speed boosting and sustaining champion, and he's cheap to build. As a rare, he's really cheap to build, right? Cheap to book out. So that's a great option if you don't have a ton of resources. Taragi is really good for a lot of boss content, especially clan boss. He's got that ally protect. He's got poisons. He's got a decrease attack. Fantastic for bosses, really tanky. If you don't have a tank, he could be awesome. They can work well together. You could build both of them. Zargala is okay. She's not as good as the other 2 champions, I don't think. We can take a look at her real quickly. She's got a weird part of her kit which I don't like, which is this 75% chance. No, it's an 85% chance. She has an 85% chance of placing a decreased defense debuff on all enemies for 2 turns. Like, what the hell? 85% chance? And it's after the first hit. That's what I don't like about her. But she has a weaken on her A1. She does have a decreased defense. She does hit decently hard. You are probably already carrying Rathalos and your starter champion, which are both damage dealers. You're not looking for a 3rd damage dealer right now, unless it was like a super multi-hitter or a poisoner or an HP burner or something. So even though Zargala is a decent champion, I probably wouldn't even run her up to 50 right now. I would go for Apothecary or Taragi. Probably both. That's what I would probably do. Gotta get these. Missions done. Crit damage. Nice. Oh, very nice. All right. So dailies are done. Advanced are done. This is done. Doom Tower. Mostly done. Clan bosses. I could do some clan bosses. Let's see. Ultra Nightmare. Done. Nightmare. Did I do Nightmare? I didn't do Nightmare. Let's do Nightmare. Sneak says, thanks for answering my question, boss. You are welcome. Picasso, is there any drop rate change between stage 21 and 20 and 21 in Faction Wars? Yes. Yes, there is. You go into the faction crypts, you can see the difference. So, no, I guess you can't. Maybe you can't see the difference here. So you get an increase to the number of materials you get, and you get an increased chance at 6-star glyphs. So there is a change. I thought it was posted here. I guess it's not. You can actually go back to that chart we were looking at before. I think the rates are there as well. So that would be let me see. see if it is here. So this is the same page on a yumilove.net. And this is just the faction war loot table. So you can see, you know, down at 21 for soul stones. Oh no, you don't have an increased chance at 6-star glyphs. I thought you did. But for soul stones, the number that you get increases. This is interesting. It actually looks like the chances go down for legendary pieces, but you get more of. That's weird. It goes up and up and up, and then for the last 2 stages, it goes down. So if you were actually trying to get legendary shards, your best drop rate would be at stage 19. Legendary, whatever, you know, forged materials. But the amount would be lower than at this. It's kind of interesting. So your average return here would be 6. And then your average return here would be 6. It's almost exactly the same. It's almost exactly the same. All right. What else do I have left to do? Centranos? Did I do Centranos today? I got 8 keys of Centranos, and I've got 26 minutes to do it. All right, let's do some hard mode. Let's see if we can get some of these hard modes cleared. No, can't clear that one. Maybe we could. Probably clear this one. Do we have enough? No, we don't have 10 stars. Yeah, we can clear this one. We'll get into normal probably. So I don't have the time to do all the hard mode stuff. Archer isn't even close to the best champ. Archer is a god tier champ. I think she's in the top. She's probably in the top 5 of non-void legendaries in the game. I think she's that good. Maybe I'm overestimating her, but I think she's that good. And what is the hype about? Let's see. We're running this stuff. I can't not run this stuff. Can't stop running this stuff. So let me see if I can pull her up on. All right, that was easy enough. Let's get something else. How about this one? Might be close. Might be able to do it. I don't know. Could do a boss fight with Archer, no less. So that's Bommel and wow, Bommel and Griffin. That would be a little rough. I don't have a great team here, but let's try this out. We'll actually use Archer. All right, so I'll show you Archer right now, just so you get a sense of how good she is, right? So she has an A1 that increases her accuracy for 2 turns. This is really nice. It's a little bit iffy because sometimes you don't want to have to rely on an increased accuracy buff, but this allows you to lower her stat burden, which is nice. She has a 100% chance of an AoE stun. If it's a boss, she has a 100% chance of an AoE decrease speed debuff for 2 turns instead. She decreases the turn meter of stun champions and fills the turn meter of allies if the decreased speed debuff is placed. It's a little bit of a weird skill, but an AoE stun or an AoE slow, incredibly powerful. You want both of those skills. Both of those skills are great. Wave content, boss content, doesn't matter what boss, right? As long as the boss can be affected by decreased speed. You have an AoE Hex that's got a 100% chance of getting placed. This is on a hit, of course, so it can weak hit. And a provoke. Now, the provoke is for 1 turn normally, but if it's a boss, it's a provoke for 2 turns instead. For Hydra, having a 2-turn provoke is incredibly valuable. It's super valuable. It's really, really good. And then, of course, you could also use her on the Magma Dragon. Great champion there. Defense-based, super tanky. She's got sustain here. Heals all allies by 10% of their max HP when attacking enemies under a hex debuff, which she places. If they're blah, blah. And then it increases this champion's defense by 5 each time this champion receives a hit from an enemy under a hex debuff. So she gets tankier and it hits harder as she goes. She does have an aura of defense in dungeons by 30%, which I wish was all battles. I really wish it was all battles. But that's like the one thing you can say about she. Crazy good kit. She's a debuffer who brings her own increased attack. And she adjusts to boss fights and wave content. And her adjustments are all pretty much good, except for the fact that she loses a provoke turn. But if she did a 2-turn provoke on wave content, plus the hex, it would be stupidly good. She's great for wave content. She's great for Hydra. You can probably use her in arena and do really well with her. She's awesome. And she's defensive based. So like there's just no, the tankier you build her, the harder she is to kill, the harder she's going to hit, better she's going to be. And that increased accuracy matters. Like it just matters. It just makes it easier to get the stats on her. So we're going to run her right here. We're going to see what happens. I don't know if this is going to be hard or not. We'll have to see. This is, I forget, is this hard mode Fire Knight? Or is this regular Fire Knight? So I'm wondering if I should go after the Fire Knight first, or I should just kill off the Griffin. And I think I should just quick kill off the Griffin. Honestly, that's what it feels like. I should just, right? She removed her buffs already. Moves all. No. Damn it. That was bad timing. But we should be able to kill her pretty easily. Yeah, I shouldn't have landed all those debuffs. Okay, now we can buff again. I don't know if we're doing enough damage. We might be too tanky. Damn it. Yeah, okay. I don't really like this team. I don't really have any better options, though. Let's try again. Let me just start off differently. So the cycle is removes buffs. Removes buffs. Oh, maybe slow first if we could get it. I could just kill off the Fire Knight really fast and then hope I have enough. Could do that. Let's try that maybe. Gonna lose all those buffs, aren't we? Yep. Whoops. Maybe I should think about positioning here because I think I've got Blizzard in the wrong spot. The slow is helping. Not having a cleanse is not helping. Here we go. Ah, damn it. The fear killed my ally attack. That's not good. Why am I not landing any turn meter reduction? Is this, maybe this is just a regular, is this the regular Fire Knight? 12 stacks, but it could be. All right. I don't have time for this. I've got 17 minutes. I can beat that stage. I'll get back in there and I'll beat that stage. But for right now, I just need to complete all my quests and get all my Rathlos, get all my Cintranos stages done. So let's see. There's another one that I could clear. Should be able to clear this one. If I have enough stars. I need 10 stars, right? So I need to average 2. Oh, I got a cold heart with 4. That's going to help. We got that. Maybe we'll do... I don't think my Akemptum is built, so... All right. Let's see how chat's doing. Nazo Stenkoff says, "Hi, man. First time I catch you live." Well, welcome. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. Over Bedroom says, "Archer isn't even a top 30 champion." Well, okay. I disagree. But you are entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine, and I don't have a problem with it. If you don't want the champion, or if you don't think the champion's that good or that useful, and you have something else that gets the job done where you needed to get done, then I'm all for that. As a free-to-play player, I don't try to tell anybody how to run their account, right? It's like, this is my experience. I offer it to you, and if you disagree and you want to run it a different way, but you get the job done, then great. So yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Greg, where do I rank the Archer? I don't know. I would have to actually go through all of the champions. I don't think she's as good as like a Duchess, but I do think that she's very good. Like, is she on par with Pythion? That's kind of the question for me. Like, because I think Pythion is up there, right? Like, Pythion is definitely really, really good. She does a different job than he does, Like, is she better than, some of the maybe some of the champions that do that job? Like, is she better than Bivold of the Thorn? Absolutely. Not even close. And he's a very good champion. So, somewhere around Pythion is where I think she might be. That's just my feeling. And Pythion is definitely, I think he's a top 10 non-void legendary. So I think she might be a top 5. I'd have to actually look through them. Opinion and Lady Kimmy pulled her with Denek. Lady Kimmy is phenomenal. I love her. I got her. It took me a little while to build her. I really wanted to build her. I built her finally, and she has gone in every Doom Tower team I have and not come out. She's a Doom Tower queen. She's beautiful. She's great in a live arena. She's great in 3v3 arena. She's good in some PvE content. She's like outside of Doom Tower. But she shines in Doom Tower. Man, she's a Doom Tower goddess. She's amazing in Doom Tower. I love her up against Dark Fae. I like her against a lot of the bosses, but she's just in the waves. I mean, she's got a huge speed aura for the waves. This could be fun. Let's see. What do we put here? Oh, this was the guy. This was the guy I pulled. This was the guy I pulled from my 1-in-1 when I pulled one shard. Rorek, is that his name? Archer's top 3 for Hydra, maybe the best. Yeah, I think she's about as good a Hydra champion as there is. I think there are other champions that probably match her. You know, there's like a tier of champions that is just above everybody else, and I think she's on that tier. It's weird though, because you got to separate the damage dealers from everybody else, right? Because like a Crizia isn't like, you're not like, okay, she's got tier Hydra. She, you know, like, would she be better than having an archer? It's like, well, it's not really fair to compare the two. They do completely different job. But probably a Crizia is the best Hydra champion in the game. I don't know. I don't have her. I hear things. What do you think about Urtikata and Neldor combo for Fire Knight Dungeon? Yeah, a lot of hits. If you have an ally attack, you're in great shape. Neldor is the perfect epic for Fire Knight. I think Ruella is another perfect epic for Fire Knight, but Neldor is going to be better at Fire Knight hard mode because he's got all the freezes. So Ruella might be slightly better for normal mode because she's got a little bit of turn meter decrease on her A1 too. She's also got the slow and the weaken and the decreased defense and all that stuff. Or I think if she has all of those. You have Renegade with a 5-star blessing. Should I be using her in Clan Boss? You could. Absolutely. I use a Renegade in my team. It's on an unkillable team with Helicath and Renegade. What is Sun's professional background? He's a professional badass. That's what he does. He just walks around being a bad memajama. And he's also a Viking. And I think on occasion he does some video editing. And he walks dogs. He walks one dog at least. Hey, Elaine. Good to see you. We go Griffin first so he doesn't stack his... Yeah, I'll get back to that at some point. That's what I was thinking. I would do Griffin first because he stacks. But honestly, I need more time to like decipher it. I don't have any time. I've got 10 minutes left on the server. What does the romantic symbol on Cold Heart in the bottom left of her avatar mean? Oh, the romantic, not romantic. If you're talking about my Cold Hearts, I have more than one Cold Heart built. So when I look at them, I want to be able to tell who's who. So the two, you know, I have one here is Roman numeral 1. I have one here that's Roman numeral 2, if that's what you're asking about. It's just for me to decipher them. And you can put that on any champion. So you just come here, you go to this little star symbol right here. That's going to give you all of these different options. And, you know, this says support build, defense build, attack build, but you could use the symbols for whatever you want. You don't have to listen to them. So, you know, you'd be like, okay, this is my nuker version. And then, you know, this is my debuff version. And this is, you know, some of them make sense. I mean, boots for speed, you know, or this is the one I love the most. Whatever you like. Whatever you like. Cursed city. Why do you vex me so? All right, let's go to normal so we can actually get some of these things done. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Go. 9 minutes. How is he a Viking? He's Dutch. Yeah, it's on the inside. I don't know. He looked like a Viking for a long time. Big beard, long hair. I don't know. He doesn't have to be Norwegian to be a Viking. The Vikings raided everywhere, right? There were Vikings in Italy. Really was selling me for a bit there. Ended on walks dogs. Hey, man. We've all got to do something. Here's Lady Kimmy. My Lady Kimmy. She's awesome. Increase speed, decrease speed. Strips a buff. Only one buff, unfortunately. She has a lot of turn meter control, which is great. Increase accuracy. Really good champion. And decrease accuracy, I think. Increase accuracy and decrease? I forget. Plus that speed aura in Doom Tower, which is just so tasty. Such a good speed aura. I think it's 33%. 33% is like, it's about as fast as you get anywhere, you know? It's really hard to take, once you get her, it's hard to take her out of the speed lead in Doom Tower, because you just come to rely on how being super fast. You know, you're just like, oh, I'm really, really fast everywhere. And then all of a sudden you have to take her out for some reason. And you're like, everybody's so slow. Deep squats. They all came from the north. Yeah, they came from the north, but they landed everywhere, including Italy. They actually went to Italy as mercenaries. I mean, it was later. A little bit later, not that much later. Follow up to your account takeover, says Rapid Rhymer. Awesome, you rebuilt my Wither the Crowned with so much HP and speed that she's a beast in all areas. Such a great carry that my teams rarely die. Thanks, Colred. You are welcome. And she is, in fact, absolutely what you just said. She is an all-around carry. She's a crazy good champion that I think doesn't get that much attention anymore because she's a little bit of an older champion, and there are a lot of, there are a lot of good champions in the game. But crazy good champion. I have one and I don't utilize her nearly as much as I should. She can also be a great solo champion. I mean, she's got a lot of utility. She's got a cleanse, she's got heals, she's got an increased defense, she's got a leech. It's an AoE leech. She's got an AoE A1. You can put her in a stun set. She's just such a good champion. But thanks for the follow-up. I appreciate that. Hello, Mike Johnson. Good to see you. Sauce, yeah, I'm still here. Here for a little while longer. Yano says, I'm from South Africa and live in the States now. I enjoy the synergy between you and Sun. Well, thank you. Oh, am I blurry right now? I might be a little bit blurry. Let's fix that. That better? You just pulled a second Wither. That's great. Well, I don't know if I would build two. I don't know. I mean, you could. She's good enough to consider building two. You could build one as a solo champion, maybe one as a team-based champion or whatever. I don't know how I would do it. It never occurred to me to think about, but it's worth thinking about. She's definitely awesome. What I would say about Wither is, if I build a second one, first of all, you definitely want to put her in your faction guardians. If you're a free-to-play player, you don't +1 anybody until you have a lot of copies, until you have your faction guardians covered, because faction guardians give bonuses to everybody. It's more powerful to, what do you call them? Empower. Yeah. It's more powerful to empower them, but it's more generally useful to get your faction guardians. So you want to do that. All right, we got all 8 of our things done. Okay, anything else we need to do? I think there were a few keys left in Doom Tower. But yeah, she's a great champion. Anytime you and Sun are in ABQ, we can go for a horn of mead. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. Mead sounds fun. You're in Albuquerque, huh? Can I suggest a good solo farmer for Spider? No. I don't actually know of a good solo farmer for Spider. It's not something I've focused on. There might be a few. Maybe Artak can do it. I'm not sure. I would assume you'd have to be really fast. You have to land your HP burns. And you have to be in a regen set, I guess. I think, most of the time I see duos for Spider. I don't see solos. Hi, Captain Volcano. Good to see you. Yeah, if there's a champion that's likely to do it, I could see Artak doing it because he gets the speed, the increased speed from his passive. And you need an activator. So that would be my guess. But I've never actually built an Artak to do it. Sebastian says, Mithrala, how do you recommend to build her? Have her in trip perception and lots of HP. We'll change that to lots of accuracy, though. Mithrala should be almost definitely in triple perception. I mean, every point of accuracy becomes a point of resistance. You don't actually see it in her stats. She won't like display the resistance because it happens in the fight. But build her with 600 accuracy. Build her with 700 accuracy. Get as much accuracy as you can onto her. Now, the question is, do you use an accuracy chest plate or not? I don't. I use HP percentage. I think. It might be defense percentage. I'm pretty sure it's HP percentage. You want her fast, and you want her accurate, and you want her tanky. How fast is dependent upon where you use her. When I say fast, I run mine at like close to 260, I think, or maybe even a little bit faster. Somewhere between like 255 and 265 or 270. Somewhere in there. I don't remember exactly where she's at right now. But the reason you want to run her fast is because she's a cleanser, but she's also a buffer, right? So she actually needs, like, some people like to run their cleansers slower because they're like, oh, let everybody get hit and then she'll go. It's like, that doesn't work well with debuff, like CCs. If the other team goes first and CCs you, you don't want your cleanser at the back of the line. You want your cleanser at the front of the line. You know, so like maybe slower than your arbiter, but faster than everybody else. And she's also a buffer, so she buffs and she cleanses, you know. Plus, she's got the Hex debuff out there that can petrify everybody. So you want her really high in the turn order. And that means, you know, she's probably going to resist any resistible CCs. Like, it's going to be really hard for somebody to get enough accuracy to land debuffs on your Mithrala. So your team gets stunned, but she's high in the turn order. She cleanses everybody. And when she cleanses everybody, she gives them a shield. Pretty sure that's the same skill, right? I think that's the same skill. And so, you know, she's just phenomenal, but fast and accurate and tanky, and that's all you care about. You don't really need damage on her. She'll do damage anyway. And she lands poisons. You're going to have her enough accuracy. She's always going to land her poison. She's always going to land her Hex debuff. You know, unless there's immunity somewhere, you know, she's going to do that for you. So. Rapid says, speaking of older champs, I just pulled a Molly tankard, so after watching your last streams with 2-hour gear cleanses, I know a lot better. I'm going to gear Molly up. Well, I'm glad that I helped. I don't actually have a Molly, but she is a great champion. You often run up against her in arena. She can be tricky because she has a mechanic that lets her like break up your speed tune or break up the enemy's speed tune, you know? So that's something. OG Stamp says, yeah, downtime is over in Raid. There's money to be made. Yeah, that's right. Fire Smith says, your video about the Fire Knight turn attack really made my life easier with every turn attack in the future. I'm glad. Thank you. I'm glad. That was the hope. I mean, I could have done a video that was just like, here's a Fire Knight, a turn attack team. But I like to try to teach concepts, you know, like analyze fights and figure out good concepts so people can watch a video and take that forward so they don't have to just keep watching videos every time they come across a problem. You know, so I wanted to cover turn attack tournaments and go over the scoring system. I failed to do that the last time around. Well, I did 4 turn attack videos. I think for Halloween, there were 4 consecutive turn attack tournaments. And I did one for each, but it wasn't until like the 3rd video that I started talking about the point system. And so this time around, I wanted to make sure to get that up front before any of the turn attacks come out so that everybody knows how to find the sweet spot for any given team. You may be doing stage 3, you may be doing stage 8, it might be 11, it might be 16, it might be 20, or 24. Might be hard mode. Like all of those stages are available. But you should be able to figure out through experimentation which is the best for you. And that's what I wanted to showcase so people know how to do that and that they can do that. Because I didn't understand turn attack tournaments for a long time. Picasso, yes, it does. If you increase her accuracy anyway, whether through an aura or a buff or anything, it will increase her resistance. If you use increased resistance, it increases only the base resistance, not the bonus from the passive, right? That's a good question. I would assume it increases the resistance stat. And since the passive is calculated from the stat, my guess would be it just increases the base resistance. But then remember that the passive comes from accuracy anyway. So I don't know that it's... Ow. Just bit my tongue. That sucked. That was awful. I don't know that it matters. Right? Like... Yeah, I guess it does matter. Like if you have 500 extra resistance from accuracy and you got 50% of that, that would be 250, but you're not getting that 250. You're right, so it does matter. Josh Mendez says, what stat should I worry about with Rathalos? I can't get them to stay alive more than a few turns. Get them in lifesteal. If you're having trouble with survival for Rathalos, get him in a lifesteal. But you want, he's an attack-based damage dealer, so he's just like all attack-based damage dealer. You want to focus on 100% crit rate first. That's the most important stat. After that, you want crit damage and attack percentage. And you also want speed. You don't need accuracy on them. You don't really need tankiness on them. You might want a little bit of tankiness just to, keep them alive. So if you're having trouble keeping them alive, I would suggest a lifesteal gear and maybe like an HP-based ring or, get some HP in the banner or something and sacrifice a little bit of attack for some survivability. HP is generally better than defense in most cases, especially on attack-based champions, because their base defense is so low that if you had like a defense percentage chest plate or something, you wouldn't get that much defense on it. So defense percentage rolls aren't that valuable. But like a flat defense ring could be okay, or a flat defense banner could be okay because that's just flat and that would help. That wouldn't be bad. There is a new promo code, Raid Rewards. Yes, there is. Greg says, I use my Molly as an arena provoker. She goes first in my arena team at 320 speed before Arbiter, and she usually gets it off and pisses everyone off. Yeah. I'm one of those guys that gets pissed off. You may wish to cancel this run. It is past reset. It is past reset. Thank you, Sabik. Also, hello. Yeah, I knew that happened, but I kind of don't care. Whatever. It's already 3 minutes in. We'll just let it finish. It's been a fun stream today. Been lively. A lot of conversations going on. Talked about a lot of stuff. Talked about the baby. Talked about work. Talked about monetization and games. Talked about Raid. Whole bunch about Raid. Talked about a bunch of champions. Talked about Sun being kick-ass Viking. We talked about... What else did we talk about? We talked about a ton of things today. You know what we haven't done today? We haven't done a poll. We haven't done a poll. We talked about takeovers. We haven't done a poll. How could we not do a poll? I've been streaming for 3 hours and 40 minutes and we haven't done a poll. About Fire Knight, how about the new Zinogre? She any good for that? She's very good for that. Sebastian, she is extremely good for a Fire Knight. Absolutely. What is the reset limit in Raid? I don't know what you mean. What's a reset limit? Like, could you clarify the question? I'm not sure what reset limit you're referring. We need a poll. I had an idea for a poll earlier, and I've forgotten it. Okay, I have a question. This is somewhat related to what we were talking about. We're trying to get our merch store together. I don't know that many people are interested in merch, but we want to have it. I want to wear it. I want to wear my own branded merch. I want to have the Colred Plays logo on my chest somewhere. And I need some good t-shirts because my t-shirts are I'm running through my t-shirts. And we need to get Sundown some. We need to get Sundown a uniform or something. Sundown. I'm calling him Sundown instead of Sun. Sorry about that. He used to be Sundown. Now he's just Sun. So, you said you couldn't reset this run. Why not? I could stop it, and that would be fine. But I don't feel like it. I'm going to just let it run. Did I say that I couldn't reset it? I don't think I said I couldn't. That's a good question. So Stagnite and Syl are both bringing slows. Syl's bringing a little bit of turn meter control. Cold Heart's bringing turn meter control. Rhonda and is not. Armiger is. You could try. Hey, Tonk. You could try just swapping her in for different champions and see what works best. I mean, the thing that you're lacking here is you don't have a speed aura, right? And she has a speed aura. I think she has an aura in dungeons of 30%. Is that what she has? I don't know where my Zinogre is. Let's see. Ally speed in dungeons by 30%. So you want her on the team because she's just going to speed up your team, which is going to make you get, cycle back around faster. It's going to let you keep the shield down better, turn meter control better, even though she doesn't bring turn meter control herself, I don't think, right? She's got a weaken, you're going to do more damage. Increase speed on all allies. That's going to help again with the speed. You won't need the leech probably. So on the team that you're talking about, so yeah, let's look at her. I think she has a triple hit A1, a quad hit A2, and a quad hit A3. She's got a triple quad and quad. So I might pull out Rhonda. Oh, I'm sorry. She's Bannerlords. What am I thinking? Where is she? Isn't Rhonda? There she. Yeah. I was like, why can't I find her? So she has a triple hit, and she has a triple hit, and she has a double hit. So you're getting more hits out of Zinogre, plus you're getting the increased speed, plus you're getting the speed aura. So this would probably be the easiest swap. A damage dealer for a damage dealer, but a damage dealer for a better damage dealer, right? Like, I don't know that Zinogre is going to hit harder than Rhonda, but she empowers the team a lot more than Rhonda does. So that's probably the first one I would try. The other option is you could maybe pull Armiger. He's only got a single hit, so he's not helping you break the shield. And although he's giving you good turn meter control, with the extra speed, you may not need all of the turn meter control, right? Plus she's got, like, she's going to break the shield earlier, which is going to let you make sure your Cold Heart's decreasing turn meter. She's also going to hit a lot harder than Armiger, so that could be an option. I'd probably try those two out first. But really, it almost doesn't matter. Like, anybody you swap her for, except for Cold Heart, she's going to be better than that champion for Fire Knight. I got a Noble Perfect Soul. Hey, everybody, I got a Noble Perfect Soul. How awesome is that? Do I not have a star on Martyr? Do I not have a single star on Martyr? If I don't, I will be buying that one, I think. Yeah, Martyr doesn't have a blessing. Okay, let's go get Martyr a blessing. I'm at this point now where I have almost 300 of these essences. I've seen a 6-star Cardiel 5 times in the last 4 months. And you have to have 300 of these things, the Eternal Soul Essences, to get them. Last time I had like 270. It's like, ugh. So I'm just waiting. As soon as he, but he's not going to come around again for 6 months. I'm going to be so pissed. In the meantime, I'm just picking up all of these like 1 and 2-star souls for all the other champions that I want to use in Cintranos. And I keep getting good ones every day. I had one earlier today. It was 40. Godseeker and Neri, 3 stars. I could have, but I needed 40 essences. So here, I think I'm just going to buy a Martyr Soul. I might want a Morag Soul too. I don't even know what blessing I'm going to put on her. It doesn't matter. I just need her for Cintranos. That's just what I need. I just need more Cintranos champion. Ooh, look at that. That's nice. That's real nice. All right. What event runs out in 9 hours? Soul Stones. I got so many Soul Stones. I do want to pull them. I would get, how many points would I get? I would get 300. I'd get like 1,000 points. I'd still fall short of the Void Shard. If I could get the Void Shard, I'd probably do it. But I can't. If I could get the Primal, I would definitely do it, but I can't. I hope this 2-star event comes around real quick. I don't want to be holding on to these forever. Tag Arena Tournament will be fine. This is actually going to get me my, I just noticed this. Tag Arena Tournament will actually get me my last 5 essences. I will have my 300 essences. So hopefully Cardiel pops tomorrow. Because I will have this done by tomorrow. I got to make sure I complete that now. Fire Knight turn attack. Did I already complete it? No. I have to go get these points. All right. So that's easy enough. I'll go do that. Now for this account, I've been doing stage 4 of hard mode. I have to ask you, as a free-to-play guru, do you use Guardian's Ring level sparring system? I watched a video where someone explained how for 5 or 6 days you can get 5 champs for Star XP. What do you think? Yeah, you should use it. I have mine fully unlocked. I don't have the 3rd level unlocked. I have the first 2 levels unlocked, and honestly, you don't need even the 2nd level unlocked. You want to unlock all 5 spots to at least the 1st level, the 1st tier. And then you should be using it every day. I use it all the time. I still haven't started my poll. Okay. I gotta do this poll. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm just curious what people think about this because we have been looking at designing our own merchandise for a while and it's complicated. I'm just curious what people think. You could give me your opinion. Doesn't really matter. Just out of curiosity. She probably needs to be fully booked then, and with Masteries right, both Rhonda and Armiger are already. Yeah, I mean, optimally, of course, you would have her fully built and booked. How do we do there? 83 turns again. I wonder where the 73 turns came from. Hey, Crystal. You're welcome. Yeah, I enjoyed your shard pull video. That was fun. You got 2 great epics. Crystal did a little shard pull video earlier where she pulled, I think you pulled 7 shards. Is that what it was? And then one of the prism shards, right? And for the prism shard, you got Stagnite. And for your regular shards, on your last shard pull, you got, who was it? It was a really good champion. Why am I blanking? It was another really good champion. I can't remember. I can't remember. But you got 2 really great epics, and you should build them both to 6 stars. Allure. Yeah, that's who it was. Fantastic. I mean, honestly, 2 of the most desired regular epics. Allure is probably more desired than Stagnite, but Stagnite is super versatile and really good, and people love him. I love him. Every time I pulled him, I've made him a key component of my roster. And Allure, you have to have one. You absolutely have to have one, you know, because she's just so good at turn meter control. It's absolutely fantastic. Rapid says, your merchandise would look great in a timeless Viking theme. Both you and Sun rocking out awesome beards. I can't grow a beard, man. I can do like sort of a goatee-ish thing, but I'm not hairy like that Viking over there. Fyra says, was going to try to get Archer in the event, then someone suddenly went past me with 2K points out there out of nowhere. Yeah, people are going to be going for this hard. Anybody who's interested in Hydra especially is going to be going for this very hard. And if you're not a spender, you're going to be competing with spenders. So I haven't even looked at my tournament. We'll look at it after this Fire Night run. We'll see what it looks like. But my guess would be it's pretty ugly. My guess is it's pretty ugly. Pre-order t-shirt. My stream was a bit behind, just caught up. I think you understand the Archer. The heal from her passive is actually a full team heal in Hydra. Yes. No secondary healing needed in Brutal or Nightmare. Okay, cool. You didn't even want to make our clan flags. Yes, I do. I made one for Cold Red Sun before I left. I just haven't made one for Red Wardens yet. We have to actually come up with a new name. I don't know if people like that name or not. We could use that name. But, oh, come on. Where's the crit rate? It's so annoying. 5 stars with speed. Sad to let it go. All right, let's go look at this. I'm really curious. The champion training tournament, right? It's only been 16 hours. I'm gonna. All right, so I'm gonna stop this poll right here. Center of the chest, large. People are saying less chest pocket area, small is the second. Those are our two primary choices. Some people like it on the back, I think. And then you could put it on the shoulders. You can put it on the wrist. You can do more. You can do multi spots. You can do all of the spots. You can literally do every one of those spots. You can do wrist, shoulder, chest, back. You can do everything. But I want to do a new poll. We're going to do a real quick poll. We got to do more polls here. How many points you think? Let's do this. How many points do you think the leader of my champion training tournament has right now? It's only been 16 hours. Remember, I'm a free-to-play player. It is my main account. I'm level 100. Been playing 2.5 years. Let's see. I have no idea. I haven't looked all day. So I have literally no idea. But I suspect it's a decent number. But it could be 4K. It's only been 16 hours. Maybe people are holding back. It could be like 7 or 10 or 12K. Somebody's going a little bit hard early, hoping to discourage some other people, but they're not really laying it out there. Right? Could be there's a couple of whales in the mix. Maybe there's like 2. Maybe there's one at like 17 and one at 13, and they're going hard at it. Or somebody might have just gone ham and been like, I'm a Kraken and I don't give a shit, and I've got 40K. Like, it could. I've seen all of those scenarios. Over a year ago, they did a thing for Krisk, and that one was crazy. My group topped like 250,000 or something like that. And I was a free to play. I was like a year and a quarter into the game as a free to play player. I think I saw like 4 people go over 100K. So, all I'm saying is I don't think people want this champion as badly as they wanted Krisk, but it could be crazy. So we'll give it 1 more minute, see what people think. 58 people are saying over 20K. I don't know. I think my feeling is it's going to be somewhere between like 7 and 15. So I don't know if it's going to be 5 to 10 or 10 to 20. But that's my feeling, but I'm not 100% sure because it could be crazy. It could be stupidly high. Greg Kern says, mine is at 17,000 points. So, okay. Definitely over 20. Adam Swain is calling out 45. Tonk says his has 22. Sauce is at 24. So, yeah, maybe I should have put that number higher. Maybe I should have done like 30 as the top number. You've seen 75 plus in your Discord. Okay. Dinky from the clan is at 50K. Wow. Dinky's at 50. Awesome. Go Dinky. Top Global earlier today was 130K. Tyraku had 75,000 after 10 hours. Who does that? How do you do that? All right. We're going to end the poll. 30 votes. That's good. 2 minutes. It was a short poll. Now let's go see the answer. Let's go find out who's crazy and how many points does crazy mean. $32,000. And there's somebody at 21. And his name is Crazy Jack. Oh, that's pretty awesome. But yeah, okay. So even to be third place, you're at 9,900. So you were 50% of people were right there. Over 20,000. Definitely over 20,000. I should have put this number up higher. I mean, I'm going on this account. I'll probably go for the book at 11,000. I'll probably go for the book. I don't always go for the book. I often don't. But since these points are at 90-50, I will probably go for the full clear. But for right now, I'm going to get back in Fire Knight and run this for a minute. Let's do like 5 of these. And finish off Fire Knight and then move on. Tonk says, I have more points than Colred. I have 180. And that dude gets the solo because he has the archer. Yeah, that's actually I mean, to a certain extent, I like that they did that, right? I like that if you have the archer, they give you the soul, because that's not always the way they've done it in the past. Okay. $38,000 for your group, and you're the same account power as I am? Like your account and my account are the same? Okay. Yeah, Destania, I like the idea of getting 2 archers. Honestly, like, that would be insane. If anybody's gotten, I think I had one viewer who told me that they pulled a second one. I would love that. That would be fantastic to have a dupe of that champion. I would build her right away. In fact, that's one of the few champions that I'm like, yeah, I would take 2 of her and build both of them. Because that's Nightmare Hydra and Brutal Hydra, right? Like, gorgeous. But 6-star souls are so hard to get. They're incredibly hard to get. And if you think about what you could do with a 6-star soul on your first copy, like, I actually don't need her for Brutal. Like, I clear Brutal just fine without her. You know what I mean? So it's like, I really only need her for Nightmare Hydra and to get a 6-star champion on that. And then also think about Cintranos, right? Having a 6-star soul in Cintranos just opens up your team potential, right? Because now you can bring in champions who have no stars, you know, and because, like, okay, you need 15 stars or you need 10 stars, you know, awakenings or whatever they're called. Awakenings or Ascensions? It was Awakenings, right? You know, it's like having a 6-star awakening is it just frees up your roster to be more creative for solutions. So that's really why I would like her. But also, I don't have a single legendary 6-star. I have a few 5-stars. And I don't think I have a 6-star. I don't think I have a 6-star epic either. On my other account, I did. I had Allure. I had a 6-star Allure. That was kind of cool. Not that, you know, she's not really a champion where you need a 6-star blessing on her, but it was cool to have one. Sebastian, getting late in Viking land, Denmark. Yeah, you're not Norway. You're not Sweden. I know. You're like lowland. You're lowland Vikings. You are welcome, though. Have a good night. Okay, so it is 7:30, and that means family time for me. So got to go have dinner with the wife and catch up on our day. And I really enjoyed this. It's been a lot of fun. So thanks for hanging out on a Thursday stream. Thursday isn't always the most popular stream, but it's cool to play the main account a little bit. I get to talk to people a lot more in this stream because Sunday, Son and I do talk a lot in Sunday's stream as well. But Son and I are, you know, hanging out and talking stuff there. And then on Tuesday, obviously, I'm doing takeovers. I don't get to talk to anybody when I'm doing a takeover. So I really enjoy the Thursday streams, even though they're not as popular as the other two. So thanks for hanging out. And a couple of people caught it for the first time. I know some of you just arrived in the last, 20 or 30 minutes, but this is where this ends tonight. So thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for the information. Good chats tonight. If you have any questions about anything, make sure to hit me up in Discord. We have a great Discord community. All sorts of roster advice over there. Tons of really good players who are always willing to help out. So ask your questions over there and just do an @Colred and I'll see it as well. And if I can, respond, if I have the time, I will make sure to respond and answer any questions you have. So, yeah, thanks again. Son, do you want to say good night to the good people?
Have an awesome day, everybody.
Have an awesome day, everybody. We will see you soon.